107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, a special one from the CEOs, banter with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Spoon TV.
This one you back today.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa today. Kuwa today.
To the spoon to get
Yes,
your information.
Kuwa.
To the spoon to be
Yes,
Spoon, spoon television.
Yes, I
Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEOs, banter with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today, Spoon TV. This one you back today, Spoon TV. Spoon Skiddy-biddy-biddy-dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. To the spoon, to get your information. To the spoon, to be
so folks, wherever it is you listening to us from, we love to say welcome to you. Those of you listening to us all across Liberia, we're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and of course a host of other stations relaying us all across the country. So Liberians watching us all around the world via various online outlets, Spoon TV, Super TV, or Fabric TV, we love to say a pleasant welcome to you as well. My first question to you before we start to, say hi to those of you watching, leaving your comments. Thankfully, the Facebook commenters, their names, that issue has been resolved. We can now see your names, like Vama Lasana, who's watching us from Cardwell, but we'll get to all of the greetings and reading your comments as we commence the show. But have you watched or witnessed the organization in Liberia? Have you watched, have you seen this particular new series in town? It doesn't matter whether you have Netflix or you have Amazon Prime or whatever it is that you have, whatever you use to watch movies, or better still, you can watch via YouTube. Have you watched this series? This new series? Have you seen this new series? Chaotic Capital. Now watch it. Yeah, it started 4 weeks ago. Premiered right in Liberia, right on Capitol Hill. And every Tuesday and Thursday is a different episode, and it's getting more interesting by the day. It started open the chamber, not open the chamber. So you can cover should resign, so you can cover that resign. It evolved. So okay, we'll have our own session. Yeah, we'll have two separate sessions. You don't get quorum, I don't get quorum. The drama unfolded, it evolved again. When they will take away the chairs, we're doing renovation. Break away the chairs, we're doing renovation. Oh, we're doing renovation, It evolved again. It has now evolved to we'll pepper spray you, we'll tear gas you, we'll go to the position, we'll free our men. What is happening up Capitol Hill? So you need to watch that particular series. You need to subscribe to that series. Chaotic Capital. There's been foreign intervention and all that, but it's not working. Today we saw a twist in the drama up Capitol Hill. So lawmakers now everybody went. The next one was in a post that wearing uniform that they never accept. So we saw the minority black or Speaker Kofa's black, wearing red face cap, with a t-shirt, moving into the joint chamber, like going smoke the men out. How for those of who can hunt, when you hunt or pass on, you can smoke it out. So they said, "We'll smoke you out." For those of you who are military men and paramilitary men, and if you go into a hostile scene or there's a hostage situation or whatever it is, and you can use smoke grenade, you can smoke people out, so they can come out. You fire tear gas, in an enclosed area for people to come out. So they say, "We'll smoke you out." I say, we'll smoke. Like, what is really happening? So the name of the series is Chaotic Capital. The actors are Liberia House of Representatives members. They are the actors. You know, they act in this particular series. And people are becoming more concerned as to what next is going to happen. It all started off, you know, and now it's evolving. It's evolving into more confrontational. It's evolving into a more confrontational way that if care is not taken, something else might happen. People breaking chairs, taking steak, you know, and all that kind of stuff, taking iron, people buying crusade chair, putting it down, all kinds of stuff. Like, come on, man. Come on. By the end of the day, what is happening up Capitol Hill is getting serious by the moment, by the minute. But the rest of the panelists are definitely going to come on the show. They will talk about that in-depthly. Chaotic Capitol. That is the name of the new series unfolding up Capitol Hill. It comes on every Tuesday and Thursday. Yeah, every Tuesday and Thursday. Just get your data or just follow Spoon TV. You see your Lawmakers how they act. But other updates, you know, yeah, in Liberia, other things apart from the drama unfolding up Capitol Hill, but other good things happening in the country. On today, the foundation of the president, he stepped down as the president of that foundation, the JMB Foundation, which was funded in 2018. Providing different services across the country, from the ferry that has been provided to several other counties, you know, helping our people who live around waterways to get across and conduct their trade activities as well. Today, the JMB Foundation, having received a request this year, Independence Day celebration, the president went to the John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, you know, and those in charge of the pediatric department, they pleaded with the president that they needed 4 incubators. They needed 4 incubators. So my people, the incubator that they think are low gel tube, a low gel, you know, some kind of tube looking thing big. They can put premature babies in it. It does a lot of other things apart from keeping babies warm. You know, it does phototherapy and all that. If the baby get yellow skin, you can put the baby in the incubator. The lights are going to be flashing. You know, it goes a long way to reducing infant mortality rate. So JFK asked for 4 incubators, and through Mosako. If you know Mosako company, the company I can bring in the motorbikes, the TVS motorbikes. Sir Johnson is their head. They, through their partners from the United Arab Emirates, donated 31 pieces of incubators to the Joseph Human Boakai Foundation. 31 pieces of incubators arrived in country. So those incubators, as you can see for those of you watching, those incubators arrived in the country, and on today, the first batch of 20 were dispatched to 4 health facilities across the country. Those 4 health facilities include the John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital here in Montserrat County, received 10 pieces, as unarguably the country's biggest referral hospital received 10 pieces. The Redemption Hospital received 4 pieces. The James Davis Jr. Memorial Hospital received 3 pieces, and of course the Jackson F. Doe Hospital in Tapeta, Nimba County, received 3 pieces, making it 20 pieces of incubators, modern, ultra brand new incubators, as well as office supplies and other medical equipment were donated on today. The remaining 11, the balance 11, will be distributed to health facilities across the country as well. So we spoke to those in charge of the JMB Foundation. They spoke and said one of these incubators costs 16,000 United States dollars. So the total of 31 brings you to 496,000 United States dollars just in the price of the incubators alone. And these were not procured with government funding. Let's make that clear. It was done through Mosako as their corporate social responsibility, and they donated these incubators to the JMB Foundation, and the foundation turned them over to the health ministry to be distributed to health facilities across the country. So there were the chief medical officers from Redemption, from JFK, from JFD, and of course from the JDJ as well. So the rest of the 11 will be distributed to other health facilities across the country. All right, so we leave that. We say kudos to the GMB Foundation, and we hope that these incubators will be given to the facilities that are in need, and not just facilities that are owned and operated by people that they know. So far, the first 20 were given to bigger health facilities, and the balance 11 will be distributed. All right, so it goes a long way to helping and curbing our high infant mortality rate in our country. I was stunned to know that from the chief medical officer of the Redemption Hospital that they get at least 3 premature babies every day, and they only have 1 functioning incubator. I was even told by one of the top members from JFK that they only have 1 working incubator at the moment. So if they bring a baby that is sicker, that is more in need of an incubator than the one who's currently occupying the incubator, they will take that baby from the incubator and then put the sicker one in that incubator. All right, so the fact that they now do have 10, we hope and pray that more babies, lives will be saved with this timely donation, and we look forward to seeing much more being done for our country. All right, so move back to other information happening in the country. So the CDC, the Congress for Democratic Change, through its SG, Jefferson Tambakoji, had a press conference today. He said, look, the whole Russian embassy thing that the UP government is bringing in, the government wants to work with the Russians and undermining the relationship with the United States of America. So, a Russian roulette this government wants to play with the Americans. Those of you who know Russian roulette, you put one bullet, you spin it. If you log it, it doesn't fire. So the CDC has condemned this administration's ties or proposed ties with Russia. Now look, if you're going to Russia, you're undermining the American relationship that we have. And also in news happening across the country, today should have been the bond hearing case involving the former finance minister, Samuel D. Twe, but that has been pushed to Thursday of this week. So instead of it being today, the 12th of November, the bond hearing, the challenge that the state has put up against the bond filed by the former finance minister, is going to be heard on Thursday. And the Spoon Network is definitely going to be there to bring you all of what is unfolding at the criminal court C. So the government of Liberia has responded to the former Associate Justice Councillor Kabina Jane, who appeared on the Spoon Talk last night. So the government has responded. The panelists will talk about that more as they come on the show, but the government has given her position as to the issue involving Guinean nationals who were allegedly, reportedly taken out of the country. These plus other things, talking about that, Mr. Standing Waterspoon has also.
I heard you. I said, let me come and interrupt.
Oh,
yeah.
You came with your gas mask?
Should I?
You came with your gas mask?
Yeah. Listen, you got me on that one. I killed my gas mask. Man, what's going on, Damo? What's going on, man? Woo. Are you kidding me, Damo? Is that? Are we going back to Butuo?
I saw some of Koga's picture. Reminded me of when we were kids. We had something we used to do our
pure ninja. That American Chinese super ninja right there. That man are home for home. They call you home for home. I don't know whether the men are Woody Ninja or Water Ninja or or pepper spray Capital Ninja. I mean, come on, man. It's bad for our country, though. That time, I came early because it's so bad for our country. It's really, it's like, listen, you want to tell me, and I tried reaching out to Marvin Cole, right? J. Marvin Cole, and I hope he can answer. but it doesn't look good. Did you see the video? He was kicking on the doors and stepping. I hope you uploaded all my video, Damo, because it will not rain. Because I got the rain just setting, Damo. It about to fall.
Open the floodgates of heaven. Guess what? Yeah, long time.
Oh, yeah?
But spa.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine that everything the people of Labrador went through, Damo, everything the country went through for 14 to something years? Madam Sarif came there, 12 years, Damo, maintained the peace. Joey came 6 years, he maintained the peace. And we got our own Papa Joseph Yuma Boakai, and hell broke loose. I want to tell the nation today the meeting between Joseph Yuma Boakai and Fonati Kofa last night. People didn't know. Fonati met a woman last night. I will explain exactly what happened. So share the show. I can see your name now. We're happy. But Dama, listen. Do you have the map? Not the map, but the calendar. Can you find one of them? Don't leave them. Don't leave me hanging. But just find one of them, put it up, and just mark from January 22nd up to today, November 12th. What have happened? Ready. And then when you ask, people say, but it's too soon. How soon? It's too soon. The demo. How soon is too soon? Kabila Janet King yesterday, the council, the justice, Janet. He said, this government killed my client. Hey! Kill it? Man. Pepper spray, the people fighting and breaking down the doors and the windows. And everybody saying we would break the law. Not honor Joseph Yuma Boakai government. No, we never dreamed of this behavior. The majority of black is conducting business. Mo Ali submitted himself to the majority of black. Salim Tana submitted himself to the majority of black. Have the executive taken a South Florida? There's no more secret. No more secret.
Francis Yumale.
Francis Yumale, my papa.
Yes, sir.
Papa had a country loafer gone on. He said, I'm going to submit myself. You know, he and Thomas Fala made peace. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Politics can create bad fellows, right?
Yeah, strange bad fellows for that matter.
Yeah, but they are very strange people. Yeah. But they have restored themselves. They have come to the mindset that we're going to be having a good show today, folks. We are going to be having a wonderful show today. Gloria passed away. If you related to Cooper passed away, tell him to give the 50 that he promised. Gloria passed away.
Before you begin minister.
Before you begin that Glenn. Cooper passed away like Glenn. Oh Lord. Michael Salim. I am not a pastor, Michael. I just do a little, yeah. His Excellency Emmanuel Gamoyu. Emmanuel, His Excellency James Samuka. Want to welcome Sam Zod. Now listen, I came on the show early because I got breaking news. I got some good story for you guys. Fonati met the president. What the president told Fonati you want year?
You asked for the calendar though. I've uploaded it.
Oh yeah, but put it up, and we'll put it up again when the rest of the team join us. I mean, I said real calendar. You can't give me the one, but let's tell you when.
The calculation now.
That calculation. Time period between January 22nd when President Boakai took the oath of office and November 12, 2024, exclusively equal to 295 days. 42 weeks and 1 day, 9 months and 21 days. Wherever you find yourself, 295 days from January 22nd to now, since Boakai took over. Between January 22nd and now, 204 working days, 1,632 working hours. It's only 8 hours per week. 91 non-working days, including 42 Saturday, 42 Sunday, 7 federal holidays, 40. Okay, that the US on here. We'll skip that one. But there you go. President Boakai, since January 22nd, 2024 to now, 295 days. We will tell you something about this. What's been happening every week, every month, and then we get to the achievement. What has the president achieved being president? We're not counting the 12 years that he was vice president. We're counting being president. What has he achieved? What they tell you, Dama, we'll put this down and we'll wait for the rest of the guys. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you find yourself, right? It must rain. It must rain. And when I say it must rain, only Dama can spot. But it will rain by fire, by force. It have to rain.
We claim it. We claim it.
Man can talk all, but it gotta rain. It gotta rain. But Dama, check. It raining already. You're not checking. Check the window. Check outside.
Yeah, it's drizzling as I was coming.
It's drizzling? Okay, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. We send a shout out to every one of you, Fede Bada, Gabe, and Big B, Patrick Moba. We send a shout out to Yvonne Gawe. Hey, Yvonne, we will recognize you, Doris, come on, Beatrice Bella Wesley. We want to recognize Elton Papi Gray, Kafala. And listen, guess what, Damo? I received a call from Kalondo. Oh, yeah. I received a call from Kalondo. Kalondo backing his fiance, Priscilla, the representative.
How he called that relationship on Sunday when he appeared? Was it on
Sunday? Man, put on me pizza and you can throw say in the Gary again.
Why are you brother? Also, I want to know now. I sense that they were probably going to make peace because, you know,
my man, the woman told the guy, say, if you want me to come back to you, go back on Spoon and open the apologize. I will call Kalondo that. He must apologize to her. Because you know what? I don't think she deserves Kalondo. Kalondo get 3 women. 3.
But you know the airtime for apologizing is more expensive than.
It's more expensive, yeah. The man willing to pay.
Yeah, so
he willing to pay. Kalondo got 3 women, and Musa Belete got 4 women. I mean, I drink my coffee, man. But wow, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, wow, coffee. I pure in Zigo today because when I heard what happened between Boakai and Fanatico, I said I gotta go get double shot coffee. Pure black coffee. It really hot. So while Musa Belete got 4 women and Kalondo got 3, and he begging Sister Priscilla. He begging her. The man went on his knee. I saw the picture. The man went on his Kalondo went on his knee. So I said, Kalondo, where the other women never say? He said, my man, I'm about to go, man.
Taking the picture.
Huh?
Who are taking the picture?
The man called me on WhatsApp video. No. I can listen. You know what? You might say right now, right? Let me call the man. Because if the women that come on, they will say, don't do it. They will be there, they won't do that gender thing. So those of you that come early, you will enjoy the edit news. Before we get into the substance, the juice. Let's call Kalondo. Let's call Councilor Kalondo, George B. Kalondo. He backing Priscilla. And I will call Priscilla and say, do not accept, reject. Kalondo is on his way to Ivory Coast. Probably he left already. He begging Priscilla. He backing her. He went on his knee. He begging. I can't do it well without you. You almost say on your own. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and what Prophet King can say. Okay, I hope the man get on the play. The man went away to Ivory Coast. Okay, he's calling me back. Counselor. Yes, you're on the show, Counselor. You live. I'm on the show. How you doing?
All right, I'm okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But you live. Just to remind you, you on Spoon Talk Live.
Thank you very much. I just called, as I said this today, I wanted to call to apologize to Honorable Priscilla Abraham Cooper for what transpired the last time. I know she's a new politician, my fiance. I love her.
No, she's not your fiance. Don't do this. No, Counselor. I will hold you in contempt and thank God the doctor that joined us, Dr. Richardson. I want you to repeat what you said. Tell me, can you find that clip? What kind of on the show, please? Go ahead again. Let's the whole one hear you.
Yeah, I just said this evening I want to apologize. So, Honorable Priscilla Abraham Cooper for what transpired the last time. I love her. Sometimes, the teeth and the tongue, they can make fun. So sometimes she's a new politician. But I'm so sorry for what transpired. I know, Dr.
I was trying to tell you. I'm glad you're listening to me now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this to everybody. Liberians, home and abroad. Sometimes you can get vexed with me. But what we do in the back, you should realize. I've been encouraging Kalondo. I said, my man, you stepped out of your boundary, but I'm happy that he realized that our sister, Representative Procedural, is a good person. She's a wonderful lady.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you accept the apologies for Procedural. I want you to text and we'll open the phone line. We haven't started the show yet. Let us know what you think.
Accept the apology on behalf of Priscilla?
She shouldn't accept Kalondo right now. I mean, you come on national platform, the people got to agree.
I'm telling you, you're so mad at her. You laughing?
You know what? We agree. She went for big for me.
Now, Richardson, he said you got to tell your side. So tell your side.
Well, I work the next 2 days or so, Thanksgiving Day. I don't know, Stella, if I send this to you or if you saw it. He was telling, he laughing. You are telling his wife, okay? It's bad enough, I can't tell the whole world Priscilla is his fiance and they went to Sarah.
The whole world knows that I got 2 wives.
Oh, you got 2?
So, yeah, I got 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
that Priscilla making 2 or Priscilla making it 3?
No, 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, say they fancy the whole world now. Shut up, my mouth, yeah. Okay, I don't have nothing else to add.
So, but I mean, I'm waiting for the people. We're going to open the phone line. Want to know what other people accept your apologies before we get to speak to our sister Priscilla. Man, when I saw a picture, she's so beautiful. She looks so nice and quiet. And, I know you're missing something, but Counselor, the people heard you. You want to?
Why you asked why Priscilla? You asked what Priscilla doing with Counselor Kalondo? That was your question. You asked what I do.
Yeah. I asked.
Asking the same question. Yeah.
Stop that fire pusher. I just have to put fire.
They can't. No, the Counselor come to do the apology. He paid for it, so I gotta be nice. That promotion. So, Counselor, let me ask you, Counselor. Let me ask you this: Have you spoken to the representatives since you appear on Spoon?
Yeah, we'll be texting.
Okay.
We'll be texting. She's mad. She's extremely mad.
You have to be. You can't come in and can't disgrace the woman like this. What's wrong with you? Hey.
But I heard that you're traveling. And
already in Ivory Coast.
Oh, you're in Ivory Coast now. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good place for you to take her, for you to do, fix your thing. You think she'll be happy to join you?
The woman bad said she coming nowhere.
I'm sorry, Councilor Kalondo, I like you, but I'm sorry.
So, Councilor, how well you miss Presidia within the short period of time? What about Presidia you miss?
No, I miss that because that's why you know. And when I say when you want to tell her her own, you should say no. This is mine. This is what I believe in. Nothing you do to change it. First of all, she believes that if I push her too much, which means that I'm trying to take advantage of her, like she's a female, or people will think that I'm the representative, and she's not the representative. So, and I could tell really she was under immense pressure. Really, what happened? You got people, yeah.
That's supposed to be on her side, even if you didn't agree with her, but you can't.
But just real quick, is she your wife, or is she going to be one of your wives?
Well, I consider the African tradition. You understand? She's a wife. I got two wives.
You pay her dowry?
We can't pay the dowry now. We can't pay
But you miss one step in the African tradition. You can't announce somebody your wife before paying the dowry for the person.
Well, tell her if you not do more than even the dowry, you can say to my wife.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. But Councilor, we
cohabitated for over 8 years.
8 years?
God.
Yeah, over 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we've really been happy until after maybe the past 3 months. I want all.
Yeah, because of the whole election, something.
Yeah. And there was too much tension. People threatening the parents. You understand? You know, you got too black. The pro-Kofa people were threatening the people, all type of things they were doing. So I could tell, but you know, sometimes your communication is very important. People just say, this is it, and you know, so communication was lacking between us. That's what went wrong.
Yeah, but people are asking, so all this time you guys were living together, but she had her place and you had your place?
No, we've been living together, actually.
So after you broke up, did you pull her out of the house?
No.
She put him out.
She owned so many properties.
Okay.
We owned so many properties together.
Okay.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Councilor, let me say, listen, it's all good that we having you apologizing to her. It takes a real man to apologize. At least you are not. You know, they are our mothers. Yeah, you are not Cody. You are not Cody.
Cody apologizing for. Be very specific here. Tell Priscilla what you're apologizing for. You can't just apologize and just say I'm sorry.
I apologize for saying that she was inconsistent. She's not dependable. She's a very dependable woman. I mean, she has been there. I mean, like the COVID thing. You understand? Myself was scared to even go around those that they were observing, and she was very brave. She had to receive the guests that came out of the country, and we made over 600,000. It takes a strong woman to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor, again, so for the apologies, you know, we're giving rice for Christmas, and the people can only accept your apologies if you contribute nothing less than 50 bags.
Nothing less than 50 bags, all right. Because you know we too. Because you know we're in the same business.
Yeah, we have to go ahead and do that for Christmas, and thank God that we already have.
Cool. Thank you, Status.
Thank you very much, so much, Georgie.
We're doing it every first Sunday, but we don't like to publish it.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, we're doing it. You know, I own a church.
No, but listen, George. I mean, we will be placing a call to Representative Presidia. I know this is not the usual way, but I think with everybody, a lot of people saying they're surprised that you can come out and apologize to a woman. At least this is a very, very good way to start. You know, I'm always the first to say I'm sorry in my relationship because they allow me to sleep better. So you're doing it, man. That's a good thing, and we wish you well. Have a good trip.
Don't do it again.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so don't do it again. When you apologize about something, you try not to repeat the same thing you apologize for.
Yeah, man. But listen, Dama, I am shocked. The councilor is here apologizing to Representative Presidia. And that's the best thing to do. He really loved her though. All day he was giving me a hard time. He must apologize. You know, he missed his wife. And he seriously, guys, this is not a joke. He mean what he's saying. He really, really, really loved the representative. I hope Fadiga love his wife like that if he have wife.
You
know?
Hey.
Yeah, I hope Fadiga love his own wife like that. I hope Mo Ali love his wife like that he can come and apologize. Should I continue?
Oh, love now.
Should I proceed?
No, don't proceed. It's enough.
All right. So, you know, whenever I drink coffee, I get in Zigo. I want to say to all of you, thank you again for joining us. The Councillor George Kalondo openly on national television apologizing to Representative Priscilla Abraham Cooper, because he came on Spoon Talk and said some things that wasn't necessary. And I hope the representative accept this, whether she want him back or not. For 8 years, it's not easy investment, Dr. Richardson. For 8 years, it's not an easy investment. I mean, what say you? It took a real gentleman to apologize to a female like Kalondo just did. That's what I mean. What say you, man?
Well, this is a private matter. I hope she listens to him and processes it, and I guess it's up to Miss Honorable Priscilla right now. It's up to her. She has to make the decision. I mean, there's a lot of it is complex. I don't understand a lot of it. But yes, I'm thankful that he apologized. I would just ask him not to repeat what he did, because he brought their relationship to the public, and maybe that's not what she wanted to do. Maybe she didn't expect her relationship to be brought out there. He spoke about her like she was a child, like people were manipulating her and she wasn't making the right decision.
So in counseling, we will not repeat the incident. We will make progress to talk about moving forward. So she listened to you right now. You're saying that you're hurting her feeling even more. Can we just talk about the good side of Kalondo now for her to accept him?
That's not how counseling goes.
That's my own counseling, Dr. Richardson.
Well, in my own session,
I'm sorry, I don't have $600 for your session. So go ahead.
She has all right to express herself until she's done, and he had all rights to express himself. And then, she wronged her. Like, he apologized. When you apologize for something, you're saying that I wronged somebody. And with her time, we got to move according to her time, So that's what I'm saying. So we'll move according to her time. And I'm asking her to accept him and for him not to repeat the same behavior that he repeated. Not bring up, and he got to be.
I hope that I'm not from Equatorial Guinea, though.
I'm talking something very serious here that you talk about in the bed friends. Oh my God. Oh God. This Mr. Patrick, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, Dr. Francis. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome the CEO for Regroup Community, Vandela Patrick. It's good to see you.
Somebody say, when you get power, you make a man to apologize on the radio. That's Sophie Brown. Sophie, that's too funny.
No, but I think I'm proud of Vandela. I am proud of Kalondo. He came up, he said something, it wasn't necessary. He came back and said, listen, that's my wife. I apologize.
I don't know, Stanton. As a woman, we have to play according to, the time, one day at a time, as you tell me.
We are not asking her to agree today. But the fact that Kalondo came out on the same Spoon to apologize, because she said, I can only talk to you when you go back on Spoon and you apologize.
Oh,
he
she
said,
had
I would drop, yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And he said that, he said, I would drop my proud. Though I am a pastor with 2 wives, I would drop my proud. I would go back on Spoon and I would apologize. And he called me today. I said, no, you're joking? He said, no. I said, can I have Priscilla Cooper number? He said, let me send it to you. Can you please talk to her? I said, fine, I will. So we've been in the back washing these things and making things happen. Listen, it's not everything bad about me, ladies and gentlemen. I give God the glory. I preach in church. I do marriage counseling. You know, I redirect when people need some redirection. And I tell people, do not protest. It's not the perfect time. Some of them listen, some of them don't. You know, and the result that they have to go back and regroup. But we happen that you share, guys. For that, talk to us. Kalondo, apologize.
No, but see, Elola, you started a whole regroup thing because our group chat name is regroup. So you need to pay taxes for using our name. Our group chat is regroup.
Apparently, looking at the group.
No, but moving forward, we have the name now. So before you use that name, you got to make sure you give us the credit.
Send me the logo. I will change our logo. Send me the logo for your group, for the regroup. What you got? Let me put it in our group chat as the main logo, and we'll promote it as well.
No. You're not part of our movement. So how can you be?
Oh, I'm not part of it.
No, you are not a part.
Good to see you, and thank you to Heritage.
Why?
You are not a member.
Oh, but how can I be a member?
That's the
I want to
question.
be a member.
No, you want spy in our. You want
so
spy.
Wait. Don't let me talk you. Don't let me talk. Dama. They message for me to be a member. I'm saying $100. I say $100 today.
You will not make it heavy. Only you will not make it heavy. No, but seriously, it's always good to be here. I'm sorry, last night I had a lot of engagements, couple of meetings that, when I came, I was almost like 30 minutes late. So I just allowed the discussion to flow. But again, it's always good to be here. And I like the quality of the show. This morning I had a time to listen. There were great discussions that were carried out, and keeping the civility of this show, how we discuss and how people come here, our guests, how they are treated, and the way we quiz them, and it makes them to think that this platform is not just for talkative, but we bring relevance to the discourse, and everything that we do here, like I always say, is in the best interest of our country. We want our country to be better. You live in the US, we have traveled to other African countries, we have traveled to Europe. We want to see Liberia like this, like those countries. I mean, we got to be honest. We are the oldest brother in Africa. And it's so shameful that we are still struggling. And for me, I think the problem is we need to evoke the spirit of consciousness in the Liberian people, from electing leaders to holding them accountable. As long as we cannot hold them accountable after we give them power, this country is going nowhere. And again, I hope that during the discourse, as we talk, we proffer suggestions, our leaders will listen. Even if we are making some critical decisions, they should take into consideration that the people matters a lot. It's no longer about themselves, but the ordinary people. As we talk tonight, there are people listening to the radio. This is a form of healing for them, just to listen, to voices. The other day I was coming, I was in a car. This lady was like, hey, you driver, hurry, or I gotta go listen to Spoon Talk. I was in a car, I was just asking, wow. So this is how we have managed to get people addicted to the Spoon Talk. And I think whatever recommendations that we make here most of the time, I hope our leaders will listen. We are not saying we are perfect most of the time. For some of us, they don't like to see us because we are very brutal nowadays. But we are doing this in the best interest of our country. They say open rebuke is better than secret prisons. Again, by Jackson, it's good to see you again. Even though you didn't win, your Democratic Party did not win, but it's good to see all of you here.
Thank you very much. It's always good to have everyone. We want to say again, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Diamond, thank you very much for producing today. I want to say to all of our many followers, our friends, home and abroad, today is the 12th of November. We're going to have a jam-packed show for you. What happened today at the Capitol building, it is concerning. People throw chairs, tear gas, banging on doors, breaking down windows. Again, ECOWAS committee met Speaker Fanati Kofa, met the pro-temporary Yomli Kanga Lawrence and members of the Senate. They couldn't meet the president because the president had canceled that appointment. We will be discussing that. This is a very serious issue in our country. There's a looming crisis. Seriously, we have to be very careful as a nation. We have to be very careful as a people because, again, this will go down the path that if we are not careful, we will be returning to 1989 if we are not careful. To see a lawmaker, to see tear gas, people covering their nose, their eyes, and everything. It's a scary time for our country. We also want to go back and discuss what Kabila Jana said yesterday. The former Associate Justice, former Justice Minister, Councillor Kabana Jana, we will be discussing some of the issues he raised yesterday. I mean, we have to talk Liberia. Regardless, you're from CDC, you're from Unity Party, ANC, CPP, Liberty Party, ACOP, ALP, wherever you find your political affiliation to be, we have to talk Liberia. Because Liberia is where you go and where they bury some of your neighbor stream. We have to talk about the issue concerning our country. I asked Diamond to put up the map. 295 days since Joseph Boakai been in power. What have changed? I told you that Fonati Kofa, the speaker, met President Boakai last night. And I will tell you exactly what we discussed. I told you because of what Kabina Jana said, Jeremy Pierre said that this thing, few things were put in place. He spoke on it from the information ministry standpoint. Yesterday, there was a national security meeting on the same issue. The region is in trouble. The country seems to be in trouble because the lawmakers cannot get themselves together. For that he resign, for that he don't resign. What's happening with our nation? What's happening with all the massive corruption in the country? Look at MCSS, massive corruption. Look at National Election Commission, massive corruption. Everywhere you turn in the country, every entity, every ministry, something about corruption. Why can't this government put their hands on something to restore hope for the hopeless? Why can't this government actually come up with a plan? And then the Joseph Yiman Boakai we know. The Joseph Yiman Boakai we know. When he speaks to you, you see transparency. When he speaks to you, you hear leadership. When he speaks to you, you talk about good governance. When he speaks to you, you talk about love, togetherness. When he speaks to you, you talk about beautiful roads and agriculture and education and the healthcare system. When you listen to him, you are inspired. What happened? But what happening? Everything and every plan and every vision for 12 years under Madam Salif, from LPMC and all the experience you bring to this job, what's happening? Let's talk Liberia. Let's love Liberia, my people. Let's continue to fight for the better Liberia. I want to welcome each and every one of you. Share the show. Invite your brothers and sisters. Turn the volume of your radio louder. You can find it on Spoon 107.5, Super 95.5, Fabric 10. What's Fabric frequency again, Diamond? You guys confuse me with all this frequency. And you can find us on everything. Go on social media. All the relays in all the countries. You and I, if we agree, touching nothing, we can have a beautiful country. ArcelorMittal, they still making money, but you're not benefiting. Western Cluster, stay making money, but you're not benefiting. CTN, stay making money, millions of dollars, but you're not benefiting. MedTech, they stay making money, but you're not benefiting. They're all black. Easy E is back. Albert Easy, they will still make money, but you're not benefiting. B Mountain, they stay making money, but you're not benefiting. APM Terminal, they are still making money, but you are not benefiting. We cry for the change. We beg for the change. Where is the change? Uncle Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Stanton, and thank you, everybody.
Your intro, Uncle Sam. We'll go to Dr. Richardson.
Well, thank you very much, Stanton, speaking very passionately. The impasse is gradually escalating, or say degenerating into violence. That's a very, very bad sign. I've never been in your country during your wars, but I remember specifically April 6, 1996, I was watching all of the confusion in that thing. It was the worst fighting within the city of Monrovia, and then things like the Buck Challenge, and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people fled that country. We don't want to go back there. What I saw today is very frightening. We need leadership. Okay, we need leadership at all levels of government and in all parts of civil society. We need the churches, we need the mosques, we need the Buddhist temples, whatever religion you are, because I can tell you, Stanton, that can escalate, and if it spills into the streets with the high level of what I call zogofication, and Hassan Fadiga said about 1 million drug addicts in the country with nothing to lose. That thing spills in the street, and I understand that people are trying to attack Thomas Fala's vehicle today. That's escalation, Liberian people. That's escalation. And if the people with sanity in the country can't see that, and let us basically get together as Liberians, forget about political orientation, and solve this problem. I just feel bad about it. Okay, but I will speak on Kabina Jana's statement he made yesterday. I think he went a little bit too far, Stanton.
Just make an intro, and then we will take it one topic at a time.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Well, I would agree that we have a looming crisis in Liberia. I too was unsettled by what I saw happening at the Capitol building today. Anytime you see lawmakers vandalizing the building, I saw them banging on chairs. I heard that pepper spray was used. I heard them, exchanging words with each other. It's very concerning because these people are supposed to be leaders in our country, and their behavior is so unbecoming. Nevertheless, I say whoever violated the law should experience the weight of the law. I don't know, whether you high up in the legislature or in the House of Representatives, or if you're a staffer, you should experience the weight of the law if you were involved in such destruction of property. Whoever was involved in bringing in unauthorized objects into the building, and if it's illegal to do that, you should feel the weight of the law. I also believe that the president has taken sides, and I don't expect the president to take sides. I expect him to be a mediator to this problem. I expect him to at least be the elder spokesperson, the person that will bring peace. The fact that Mo Ali and Nimade went to the majority block to answer questions relating to investigation secondary to the LACC is concerning to me. It's very concerning to me. Why did they go there? Why? What was the point? So I'm sure there's more to say. I got more to say about this. And after, as the topic proceed, I'll be able to state how I feel about more issues.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that you brought in the Mo Ali and the Salif Tyler and the Internal Affairs Minister Yemeni. Again, we'll be discussing this thing, folks. You got to just get ready. We will be coming directly to you in your home. Let's talk Liberia. Fandela, I know you was, we came up from the other way, but do your official opening, yes, sir.
So today I witnessed the butchering of our constitution by the president. As I sit here tonight, I am beginning to rethink that a man with 40 years of work experience in government will willfully and intentionally choose to abrogate, violate, and abuse our constitution. It's a shame. When I remember, and all of us will remember, 2023, had it not been the respect for the rule of law, President Boakai would not be declared president. Absolutely. Had it not been for the respect, the rule of law in this country, that no one is above the law, this president would not have been declared president. Today, in less than a year, we have become completely oblivious of historical antecedents. It is disgraceful to allow presidential appointees to validate the illegal sitting of these 43 majority lawmakers. That is sad. Are we suggesting today that when 50,000 people get on the street and say, we don't want President Boakai, and they stay there day in, day out, would that be justified? We say no. Are we also saying today that this president has not taken a side? This president has taken a side. What hurts me more is the fact that we have forgotten so soon. I am a victim of the war. I don't want to live in exile anymore. While we are encouraging Liberians to come back home, invest in our economy, encouraging investors. See what happened today at the National Legislature. Lawmakers are engaged in fist fight. Police had to go there to fire tear gas. A sacred institution is supposed to make laws in the best interest of our country. Greed for power, greed for money, and morale is destroying this country. All of us, fellow Liberians, everything about the removal, we are not benefiting. I have not seen anything in our resolution that says they will improve the living condition of our people. That one of the resolutions will talk about when he's removed, harmonization policy will be rescinded. That there will be many opportunities. But let me close on this. Liberians will have to be very careful, and this president should take into consideration. Because it happened under Ellen Johnson period, so it will happen now. We must understand the situation that existed at that time. Ellen was the darling girl of the West. She could get away with so many things. The United States were on her side. Europe were on her side. There were things that should not have happened. It happened because at that time, they wanted the first female president to succeed. But time has passed. Right now, Stanton, as I close, like you said, there is chaos. No leader governs in chaos and succeed. If you succeed now, 2023, and people who are wanting to conduct election, imagine with these kinds of broad day robbery of our constitution, what happens in 2029 when people will decide
Thank you.
not to accept result? You know what will happen?
Thank you for that, Patrick. And ladies and gentlemen, while we get through this, we want to say to every one of you, don't forget, we'll keep on reminding you, share the show, Let's Talk Liberia. Let's just enjoy this program because it's the best thing in the evening in the country. All right? When you have eaten your dinner, God bless you. Whether that farion, that cassava, that plenty, that rich, that fufu, God bless you with something. Put your radio on. All you need to do, just buy your battery. If you get internet, go ahead, watch us on Facebook or YouTube, and let's just be engaging. Let's talk about the seriousness of our country. That's why I'm so passionate. Let's talk about the seriousness of our country. If you're in Lofa, if you're in Bombing, Bon County, Grand Bassa, Magibi, Montserrat, Nimba, wherever you find yourself, let's talk about the seriousness of our country. And I want to bring you in, Uncle Sam. Let's talk about what happened today. Let me play this 2 video. We got so many videos to play. And then we want to hear you. We'll start with you. Let's play the first video today at the Capitol building. Today, the whole world got to watch this one.
So while session is going on, you have a group of men making their way to intrude into this session, but these are security officers.
If somebody is about to disgrace, you become proud.
I'm going to play the next one.
So the pepper spray is suffocating the lawmakers. Pepper spray was used here.
Corrections or amendment and of the agenda. 4 Constitution. 6 call for special committee report. 7 call for standing committee report. 8 call for bills, motions, and resolutions. Now business on speaker's desk.
So the pepper spray is suffocating the.
Dama, can you please play the one that you say you uploaded? We got to play. It's very important. I'm not seeing it. Dama, I think, please. I think this is it.
Legislature. It is, and we have to do it. Coach grounds and chairs of the renovation of the building. I know that no session out there, nobody going to hire any program here today. Nothing will happen here today. No activity. Why are you insisting so? Because this building is not a normal. We are a normal. This building is in legislative wall.
What have your session today?
So those lawmakers from the end of the speaker block are now moving through the John Chambers, saying that those so keep following this. Keep following. The speaker block now moving in the John Chambers, saying that let So we are marching to the John Chambers.
So, Uncle Sam, welcome to the show, Dr. Boakai. Uncle Sam, they knew they were doing something so bad, and it's saying, everybody put their phone down, everybody turn their phone off. But let me hear you, Uncle Sam.
So,
how does this make you feel?
So I'm watching the comments, and the people said there will be no war in Liberia. This is a breakdown of law and order. This is a breakdown of law and order. So that is the same simplistic mind that you have when things are escalating, and you think, oh, God will save us. Nothing will happen in Liberia. Something did happen in Liberia today. There were two factions that went after each other in your national legislature. This is a breakdown of law and order, Stanton. There's no way to characterize it. No way to characterize it. No way to characterize it. It was a breakdown of law and order. It was a breakdown of the functions of government. It manifested the dysfunction in the Liberian body politic. Let me speak high English debate. Okay? And for the people in Cape Town, your whole government is just chakla today. A chakla today. They put us on to be running the country, helping y'all with y'all so y'all can be hungry, so your children can go to school, so you can go to hospital, so you can do everything for the country to bring investors in. They won't do it. They won't fight. They're fighting over power. And today they went to the big house, which called the vice presidential government, which is the big house for the country. The big house for the country, they're not the national. Because they say the power is in the hands of the people. The people fought today. Factions. It's just like Ulimo 1, or Ulimo J, Ulimo K, NPFL, IMPFL. The higher looking, the higher looking, my people. And they will say, nothing will happen in Liberia. Nothing will happen in Liberia if you get serious. The churches, schools, the civil society, the business people, the Chamber of Commerce, Liberia Business Association, the Petty Trader, Liberia Marketing Association, all of y'all get together and say, y'all stop this nonsense here. Because if they don't stop this nonsense here, we will find a way legally to dissolve the entire legislature. But I want to we'll find money to have a new legislature. That's what people do. People who love the country, people.
So Uncle Sam, I hear you. Uncle Sam, I hear what you say. Jim Marvin Cole and the rest of the guys, I think it's Eugene Colley. Call their names. And I hope we can speak to them tonight. I mean, it seemed like Fonati had the people on his side. Okay? He had his people on his side, majority of them. And then Patrick always hear the over 65% of the people say the rules of law should be followed and the support for that team was given due process. Because Spoon did the poll. For that, you always say that. It's true. But Jim Marvin Cole, those that supporting Fanati Kofa, among the 30 men and women walking into that place, let's be fair, banging on doors that with the leg. I don't know where it came from, and I hope to understand this. But Liberians, you understand here. What I saw, Uncle Sam, I saw gangsterism.
Absolutely. But
what I saw is like you on the street of Trenton and the gang members say this is my black and that's your black. And Uncle Sam, you know it.
It is gang warfare at any level.
I am not saying lawmakers.
Yes. Okay.
I am saying factions.
Factions.
I am saying group coming together to say you cannot cross this line. Yes. This is our territory and that is your territory.
So Stanton, so then we have to ask ourselves, what is the rule of law in Liberia? And who's responsible to enforce the rule of law in Liberia? It's a judiciary, right? People saw people breaking down doors. People saw people acting unruly. I would like to get a clear signal from the Liberian National Police and law enforcement exactly how they're going to handle this. I know the politics of it all, but you must take the politics out of it. Because if you don't take the politics out of it, it will go worse. And then it will become factional, it become regional, it become tribal.
And that's why if you're just joining us, we're going to bring in Dr. Richardson, we're going to bring in Dr. Boakai, we're going to bring in our brother Fadela Patrick, but we must play this thing one more time. And we're going to open that same invitation to Jim Marvin Cole and the rest of them, Eugene Cody and the rest of them, for you to use pepper spray. Hey, man. It is equivalent to the January 6th situation here in America. I mean, how dare you? I mean, is this something you expected under this government? Guys, you guys follow Madam Salim and you follow, the other people. I thought we passed. That time, I thought we would say it's history. I want everybody to pay attention as we play this again for 2 minutes, 4 seconds. I want you to observe Dr. Richardson. The ringleaders marching, using profanity, cussing, marching, running up the stairs, marching, using the legs to bang on the doors and say, we'll break it down. We will burn this building down. Ego. Our lawmakers suffering for PSD. How you call it PTSD now? Do they need some kind of eval from you, Dr. Richardson? Can you do some psych eval here? What's going on? Are we going back to the dark age? There's no way you can shake up this one. There's no way you can make this one sweet. Not even Dr. Boakai, who is the reverend, can even make this one look better. What the international community saw today, in the presence of the ECOWAS delegation, when they were meeting J. Fonati Kofa, the speaker, people around him, his members, because everybody there, they're from Fonati side. Let's play it, folks. You just joining us? Let's play this. Let's just play it one more time. And we'll go to Dr. Richardson. Let's play this one more time for you to see, because, hey, man, hey, Liberia, how did we get here, my people? Let's play this.
Legislature. It is, and we have to do it. I know that no session out there, nobody going to hire any program here today. Nothing will happen here today. No activity. Why are you insisting so? Because this building is not a normal. We are a normal. This building is in legislative wall.
We'll have your session today.
So those lawmakers from the end of the speaker block are now moving through the drum chambers, saying that those so keep following this. Keep following. The speaker block now moving in the drum chambers, saying that let go. So we are marching to the drum chambers.
Dr. Richardson.
You know, many nights I came on this program and asked for the legislators, the representatives to respect the rule of law and to give Fanatical Fire an opportunity to exercise his rights, especially the rights relating to due process. I called for them to have the required number for them to remove him. And that was my respecting the rule of law. I was acting according to the Constitution. Just as I can call for Fanatical Fire's rights to be respected, I'm also calling on those who disrespected the Liberian people by breaking the chairs, by going in and authorize, whether it appears like they went in kicking doors, by kicking doors, okay? You are breaking the law because it appears like you were in a place that you were not supposed to be. You're in an unauthorized space. You broke chairs, whether you were supposed to. I don't believe that was part of your work requirement for the day. You're going to the Capitol building, breaking chairs. So if I can call you to respect Fanati's rights, whoever was involved in violating and vandalizing the Capitol building, you broke the law. You are not respecting our laws and our rules. So I believe that you should face the weight of the law. If you were illegally entering that building, if you behave in any illegal way, according to the rules of the House and according to the rules of the Constitution, you should face the weight of the law. And I want to also bring our the audience to remember when President Cooper did send out a letter. I was trying to find the letter, Stanton, and she informed the legislators, the House of Representatives, that they were doing renovation. My question is, if you're renovating a building, was the building open to be used by the public for them to bring? Because that's why they brought in their own chairs. Were those chairs authorized to be in that building? Were they unauthorized objects in the building? Can you as a representative just bring chairs into the building and begin to have a meeting? So those are my questions that I have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks for your contribution. But Dr. Patrick, let's come to you before we go to Dr. Buffalo here. You saw the video from Data, and we're uploading the rest of the video from today. Again, this invitation out there. You'll have my number. Whoever want to join the show to explain the side, that's fine. But what the people are looking at from Data is horrible. It's terrible for Liberia. It's one of the worst. One of the worst. Right now, the country is on edge because it's so bad for lawmakers to go into that building like gangbangers. I talked to us from Della Patrick. You are muted.
What happened today at the Capitol is regretful, is condemnable. Those actions are unrepresentational of our democracy. It reminds me of the creeping dark days when people were saying it is right, it is this, it is that. Nothing happened there today that is a representation of a holistic society where leaders are supposed to act in line with morality and the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. I saw provocations from both sides. And it's also important to emphasize that one of the videos that I saw police, hating on other lawmakers, preventing them, from making entry. I just sent you the video, Stanton. The police should not take part in these kinds of things. They should be there to protect everybody. I think Gregory is important.
Can I interrupt you a little bit? Let's make this so good. I beg you, my brother. Consider us. Let's have conversation. We will play a video. I just sent it to download to upload it, by the way, because it's 8 minutes. We got to break them in parts. That's the only way StreamYard would take them. But let me ask you a question here. Can you identify who you saw in the first video we played, the 2-minute video? Can you identify who you saw?
I saw Marvin Cole. I think only he I saw. I don't see the other people.
You didn't see other people very bad. Marvin Cole, right? Well, what do you think? Yeah. I mean, what got into Marvin Cole mindset as a lawmaker? And you understand that Marvin Cole represents Fonati Kofa, right? And because for me, it's not about taking side. You understand that Marvin Cole, everybody's saying because of Marvin Cole relationship with Fonati Kofa, because of Marvin Cole, most people want Fonati out. I'm not saying it. No. I'm asking you a question. You have your time to explain, my brother. We are not many. Let's enjoy ourselves. So, everybody's saying, most of the lawmakers say, do you think what happened today, whether it was Marvin Cole, Eugene Cordy, and the rest of them, do you think the president of ECOWAS committee going up there to meet Speaker Fonati Kofa, then Marvin Cole, regardless of anything, leading this troop, amen, for Della Patrick, so, to keep on doors, tear gas, break down windows, break down chairs. Do you think he was in his right mind? Okay, can you talk to us what's happening here?
So, like I said, from the inception, there were provocations. And I think what transpired today is unrepresentational. It does not reflect on the kind of democracy we want to see happening. And secondly, both parties, especially at the time when ECOWAS is visiting, having meeting, I'm sure ECOWAS met with the speaker, and ECOWAS also met with the other bloc. But hey, we got to be very clear here. Provocations from both sides. And I personally, I think what
was the provocation? No. Let me hold you now. Let me hold you. What was the provocation from the? Allow me to ask you. Anybody can ask question here now. Well, because this is very important. That's why nobody else coming to join us. We only 5 years. We enjoy ourselves. What was the provocation? What was the provocation for the 3 majority group?
So what happened? No. Listen, I think over a period of time they have been happening. You know, they went on their own section. I'm not saying my assumption is true, but I'm just saying for the fact that presidential appointees went to validate.
Is that a provocation? Is that a provocation? No. Answer the question. Fandela, what was the provocation that led to Marvin Cole, Eugene Cordy, and the rest of them behavior today?
So that's what I'm saying.
3 men and women.
I'm looking at the trend of events.
We're talking about today. We're talking about today. Not the trend of events. Today. What was the provocation? I do.
You want to talk or I should listen?
No, I just talking about today. Don't take me back 2-3 weeks ago.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you trend of event. What happened is I'm trying to draw your mind. So everything has been calm. But because of the appearance, I think about 3 presidential appointees today, it provoked the situation. That's my assumption. That the fact that these presidential appointees went to validate the setting of these political lawmakers, it got the other people angry. How do I know? Because these people been going there alone. Nobody validated them. Why I said that only today, when these people decided to go there, I am sure they wanted to prevent them. That if they feel betrayed, that the government, especially the president, has taken a side to see presidential appointees going to validate a process that they have considered illegal. So it got them angry. I am assuming while we're meeting, it made them angry. Why these people should go there? There will be no setting. So we'll spoil everything today. And I have the reason to believe that way. Because they have been there for almost a week. Nobody went there. There was no destruction. Only today, when these presidential appointees went there to honor their invitation, it made other people vet. So this is what I'm saying. It's provocation. Had they not gone there today, I'm not too sure whether these people were going to move in. But again, let me just say this. The actions on the part of Co. It is unrepresentative of our democracy. The action of the political lawmaker to also, especially presidential appointee, to go and validate when your whole public has said it is not the rule of law. I think we are not going anywhere. No, sir, was right today, and I think it's condemnable, and history will recall all of them that what happened today is unrepresentative.
Thank you very much, but I disagree with you if you said no. We are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring that to Boakai in, right? We are talking about today, not yesterday. Today, not last week. Today, not 2 weeks ago. Everybody have said a piece. Everybody have taken a side. Everyone have taken a position. What led Marvin Cole, Representative J. Marvin Cole, to lead a troop?
I just told you.
But brother, to lead a troop, and say we are now going to march in there because we will pour tear gas. That remember that Dr. Boakai? Yesterday, they said that a construction worker they removed the chairs, removed the carpet. So the 43 men said, okay, we're going to bring our rubber chairs. Then today, as a lawmaker, and you telling me after the ECOWAS committee arrived in the country, and they are saying that we are coming to restore some hope, we want to listen to J. Fonati Kofa, the speaker. I don't think Fonati knew about this operation. I really don't think so. But the mastermind and the very J. Marvin Cole, in the absence of Fonati Kofa, on the fateful day of October 17, locked all the entries into the chamber or the main chamber. Today, it repeated itself. Dr. Boakai talked to us. We're going to upload all those videos, and the Liberian people will decide. Because I have my position here, and I will speak truth to power, because Liberia must be better. Dr. Boakai, talk to us, my dear friend.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to my colleagues, and good evening, Liberia, wherever you're watching. Thank you. Today was a sad day, and there are a lot of things that happened today. We've heard a lot about the rule of law, and Dr. Richardson said it right. You know, we all been advocating for the rule of law and, you know, due process. So what we saw was not the rule of law. What we saw was not due process. But what really is mind-boggling, and I want all of us Liberians to think about it, you know, when you strip all of the complexity from this thing, it comes down to common sense and what I call the principle of reciprocity. So yes, I look in this case, right? You say, like we heard the representative say, Marvin Cole, he said, there will be no session here today. In other words, you will not meet today, right? But then tomorrow, if you are meeting, then do you expect the people who couldn't meet to come and meet with you? It flies in the face of common sense and the principle of reciprocity. Say you're not using your head, you're using your heart. And we saw violence. I don't know where the police was, but it seems to me like with all of this thing escalating, that police would have been on site, at least in the interim. Every day they meet until there is some kind of resolution. So I'm baffled that there were no police. And I've been scrambling, Stanton, to find where in the Constitution it says that we can remove lawmaker. There is a provision with a 2/3 majority. This is a situation that one needs to be investigated fully. Two, there has to be consequences. If we make the mistake and just sweep this under the carpet and say, oh, it's all right, we'll be setting ourselves up for real trouble tomorrow. We cannot do that. I don't care if we block you on, the majority, the minority. If people are complicit in this matter, there needs to be an in-depth investigation and consequences. In the meantime, and I know this is going to be unpopular, but I don't mind being unpopular. In the meantime, the executive branch of government has the oversight of people's pay. I think fair-minded people will say that for the last 5-6 weeks, there are so many lawmakers who have been doing the people's business. Those people should not get paid. Hold their salary, hold all their benefits until investigation is done. You can't take advantage of poor people like this as if to say you can do whatever you want to do and there'll be no consequences. There has to be consequences. Finally, this is something I've been saying over and over again. What we see now is a lack of leadership. All things may be lawful, but all things not profitable. There is a lack of leadership. Nobody want to cross to go to the other people. Everybody's saying they're right to be where they are. So if you can't lead us, then you got to get out of the way. Because us, the poor people, our country is struggling. We need leaders who can rise to the occasion, put self aside, make the necessary sacrifices, and find solutions. Up to this point, we've found none. And we need to find a way forward.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much, guys. Again, we're going to be, this is a very wonderful program. We invite you to share our show. And thank you for sharing your program. It is your program. Whenever you find yourself, we say thank you. You know what? Let me say this. Listen, we go in the back, we laugh, we argue here and there. But this is Spoon Talk. This is Spoon Talk. We say our own and you decide. What happened today? Whether you're on any side, you must condemn this behavior. It's ugly for Liberia. I dare you. Go and hear what the ECOWAS committee leaders want to say. It's bad for Liberia. We should call the lawmakers by their names. My brother Fandela Patrick speaking like somebody in America will know say both sides are wrong.
No, hey, stand on.
Let me finish. But you gotta say information. You gotta call for information. You gotta call for me. Fandela, you cannot interrupt. Fandela, call for information. I will recognize you. Call for information.
Come again.
Call for information. Now, what the representative can do that will recognize you. Say information.
Information. Put up information. CEO, I will be dishonest on this platform if I tell you the action by Representative Cole is a reflection of a good democracy. It's condemnable. And I said it's uncivilized. It does not reflect what happened. But I told you, you asked a question. What made him to take such a decision? Provocation. Police took side. That's one. The second thing, the invitation of those presidential appointees, it might have injured them, made them confused and angry. It's also a provocation. Okay, we believe that these people, they are sitting illegally. Why the president is sending his presidential appointee to validate the setting of these people? Provocation. It made them angry. Police took side and all these competing anger. What do you expect?
There's no justification. There's no justification.
Those are condemnable. Why? I should go there before I
Thank you. God forbid, we are on Facebook. Watch what you say before they kick us out, please. Let me welcome Paul Kennedy, Conor Gray. Monday, you surprised me in these few days, though. You just said, oh, I got to take the week off. I will see you on Sunday. But yet, day number 2. So it means that the conversation is interesting. Let's welcome our brother Mame. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be bringing in 40 formula. We hope we can get somebody from the other side to join us too for us to discuss this. But let me hear you, Paul Kennedy. I'm going to play the video one more time because you guys just coming. You have seen the video. And Dama, please upload the other video because Vandela, the video he sent me is 8 minutes. Break it up into 2 sessions that we can play because it's only fair to do so. Let me say this to all Liberians. Watch the video. It's important. See nothing. Hear nothing. Smell nothing, but only one thing. The people begin to laugh at us, that our lawmakers breaking down, and they even threatened to burn down the Capitol building. That's how serious it is. So let's play the video one more time, and then we'll go to Paul Kennedy and the rest of the guys.
Legislature. It is, and we have to do it.
Coach Grounds and chairs of the renovation of the building are bring some confidence with me.
I know that no session out there. Nobody going to hire any program here today. Nothing will happen here today.
Why are you insisting so?
Because this building is not a normal. We are abnormal. This building is in legislative wall.
What have your session today?
So those lawmakers from the end of the speaker block are now moving through the jump chambers, saying that those so keep following this. Keep following. The speaker block now moving in the drum chambers, saying that
let go.
so we are marching to the drum chambers.
We are agents of the devil.
They are using pepper spray. They are using tear gas in the joint chamber. They are breaking the place. They are hearing the group of men. Pepper spray is being used. So while session is going on, you have a group of men making their way to intrude into this session, but these are security officers.
If somebody is about to be disgraced, you become proud. If somebody is about to be dethroned, you become proud. When somebody is about to lose his or her respect, that person becomes proud. The Bible tells us pride comes before destruction. Many people today that have fallen, they fell because of pride.
So while session is going on, you have a group of men making their way to intrude into this session, but these are security officers.
If somebody is about to disgrace, you become professional.
So the pepper spray is suffocating the lawmakers. Pepper spray was used here.
Roll call. 4, read corrections or amendment and adoption of the agenda. 5, call for Constitution. 6, call for special committee report. 7, call for standing committee report. 8, call for bills, motions, and resolutions. Now business on speaker's desk.
So the pepper spray is suffocating the.
Thank you very much again. Welcome to Spoon Talk. It's always good to have you. Let's talk Liberia. Paul Kennedy.
Good evening to all of the audience we have watching us. Good evening to my colleagues who are panelists. Listening on the video is despicable. I mean, it is uncivilized what we saw. It's chaotic for an assembly of honorable men and women. I personally have had the opportunity to shadow congressmen between March of 2010 to September of 2011. I served as a legislative intern on health policy with Congressman Elijah Cummings from Maryland. But not a day, even though I saw those people argue and got fronted, I mean, all 438 of them, they will make noise and they will talk. Not a day I saw them breaking things on Capitol Hill. In fact, when the speakers speak, they all calm down, they will disagree, they will have their disagreement. But what we saw here today is not a good example for our democracy. And we've been saying this thing about a month ago now, that this thing will escalate or degenerate into something else. That if it did not come to an end, if it didn't come to a resolution, it was going to degenerate into something else. I saw people wearing red face cap and t-shirt and saying they are in war. What war? What war are we having in the Capitol building? Why are we not able to amicably sit down as civilized people to resolve, to agree and disagree and find a common ground to move forward? You know, so what we are seeing here tonight is quite disheartening for a country that, you know, has a lot of people who are poor. Liberia is one of the poorest countries right now on the African map. I'm not trying to compare them to the world. Just in Africa, Liberia is among the poorest countries in Africa. But people who are supposed to be writing laws to improve the well-being of the people, I think the only law they're writing in all 9 months of this year is the bill. I mean the budget. That's the only law they passed. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I need to see a law that have been written to reduce tuitions or to provide a facilitation to facilitate the movement of students to school. We don't see any of those, but we see the people we elected coming out, fighting and being disgruntled. I think it's disheartening, CEO.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for what you have said. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is your show. Share the show and let's make progress. Colonel Air Remy Gray, thank you for joining us, sir. Talk to us.
Yes, Stanton, it's disheartening to see our democracy, degenerating to that level. It just reminds me of what used to happen during the fractional era in our times when, ministers were rolling blows everywhere within our streets, in our public domain. I remember the fight between Joe Marber and the former Sano County Senator Milton Chierji. There was also one in the Ministry of Defense involving, ministers. I thought that those eras were behind us. I mean, don't get me wrong. one or two times we've seen scenes in legislative bodies where people fight among themselves. But if those who you refer to as honorable are involved in dishonorable act, may as well call them dishonorables. I don't find any room in my heart to call them honorable. I don't see any reason. But it goes back to say that there is lack of leadership. Somebody needs to step up and address this issue. And you empower law enforcement to come in crises like these. I didn't see, as Dr. Brookler said, I agree with him. That area should have been cordoned and throw everybody outside. Treat it as a crime scene. Let everybody go home until they can decide, in consonance with the law, nobody should access that building. I think then they will know it's serious. And since they can meet anywhere, they can go anywhere but that area, because
thank you.
It's the scene of chaos. That's all I can
Thank
say.
you. Thank you, Colonel Gray. Thank you. We're going to welcome Fode Fambolet, but we'll get to you shortly, Representative. Again, any other representative who want to join us, you are welcome. We'll send you the link or you can call in. Let me bring in Abula Mame. Brother Mame.
Thank you, Stanton. I watched the video. I've seen episodes of the past. This is a group of people who said they are fighting for the rule of law. And it is a narrative all over. We're fighting for the rule of law. We want the process to be respected. Oh, we don't get problem about telling Funati to resign, but let's follow the process. We are the champion of following the process. We are the champion of the rule of law. These are the people you see behaving in the manner and form you watch on TV. But this is what I want to tell to the Liberian people. The both sides. What has been happening in series that the people can watch a show. Season 1, Season 2, and Season 3. Season 1 was a period where the people were collecting signatures and building consensus to remove Funati. That Season 1 lasted for more than 4 years. It was 4 months. Sorry. Funati participated in Season 1. He was trying to bring people on his side during Season 1. He failed to convince his colleagues to repose that confidence in him. He lost in Season 1. It came to Season 2. Season 2 was the legal battle. But before that legal battle, the same group of people demonstrated violence. But it came to Season 2. He said, since you're doing all this, it is illegal. He took Season 2 to the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court and said, all the activities these people are doing, they are illegal. I want you to put stop to them. That was Season 2. The Supreme Court reviewed the case in Season 2 and told him to decline. We read the Black dictionary that the lawyers can use to define the word decline. The Black dictionary that a lawyer can use. It defines decline as a decision to refuse, reject, and repudiate. That a lawyer in a dictionary what they can use. That's how it defines decline. In Season 2, which is the legal battle, the court declined. Funati requests were not accepted. He lost in Season 2. Right after he lost in Season 2, people now told him, you can't go down alone. You have to create Season 3. And that Season 3 is to create instability. That Season 3 is to create a picture of a void in the country. That Season 3 is why we say we cannot support you on Funati and ask you, Funati, do not allow people to use your situation to create governance instability. It is not that you're not a good man. You lost season 1. All the people who shouting today calling press conference, they knew people were collecting signature. They did not stop their partisans. You lost season 1. You went to the legal process, you lost season 2. They're using you in season 3 to create governance instability.
Thank you.
So that it can play in the favor of the opposition. We're calling on Fonati, do not allow your situation to be used to create instability. It is your leadership. Your colleagues are saying they no longer have confidence in you. The honorable thing to do is to step aside. It's not because
thank you very much, my man. Thank you very much. So we got 3 seasons, you say, right? 3
season 1, season 2 is now season 3 that is ongoing. He lost season 1, he lost season 2. In season 3, people say you cannot go down alone, create governance instability. And that's why they do it, so that it can benefit the opposition.
So before we come back to those seasons, I want to know how far this thing going to go with how many seasons we got in this series. But before we come back to it, how far you think it's going to go?
So we're in season 3. We are calling on Fonati to call it short in season 3. Call it short. Do not allow this thing to ruin your reputation. Politicians should not.
Mami, who is the we?
Is this episode 1 or episode 2?
Mami, who is the we?
Okay, Mama, they ask you who the we.
When you say who the we, what do you mean?
Who you say we are calling? We are telling Fonati to stay on and sustain the rule of law.
Yeah, so this is the rule of law
that's the honorable thing to do.
But why the time, guys? Why the time we got? Let me answer your question.
You know who make we?
Yes, let me tell you. When I speak and say we, I'm speaking about people who share my thoughts and my view. There are people who your campaign say rule of law. The first thing they did was to block the people from entering into the chamber. The first time they had a resolution. The second thing they did was to go and remove the seat. The third thing they did was to go and spray them with tear gas. Are these people demonstrating character of upholding rule of law?
Thank you, Mohammed. All right, thank you, Mohammed.
Season 3.
So hold on 1 minute, guys. We have before the 1 minute. Just bear with us. Anyone else have any other question for Mohammed, or you want to add, or you want to subtract? Uncle Sam, go ahead.
Look, Malabaran people. Because people can speak fine English and people can say they can be clapping for them. They don't mean what they're talking, that truth in there. But Liberian people, certain segment of the Liberian population, the Unity Party, their supporters, they want Fonati to go. And they're speaking all their fine English season 1, season 2, season 3. That they're playing football. But my people, they're not football we're playing. That's somebody with the lives of the Liberian people. There's something in 1986, Liberians from all the counties at that time, they put it together called the Constitution. It said, before you move the speaker, you must get 49 people or 2/3. 49 people. In 1987, we're not 49 because we didn't have 15 counties. But now we got 15 counties. For somebody who can't tell you, say this is like Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, Nima playing football. They're not Manchester playing, my people. This is the lifeblood of the Liberian people. The lifeblood of the Liberian people. This thing is escalating because they got some people, devils in the night. They are collaborating with people like Mr. Fode Fambola then and telling them, say, Fonati will not go back. Wherever you do, he will not go back. So
Uncle Sam, who do you blame for today? Uncle Sam, who do you
Let me finish. Since you want to break the law, we too will show you that we can break the law too. That's what is happening. It's called escalation.
Who do you blame for this, Uncle Sam? Who do you blame? For what happened today, who do you blame, Uncle Sam?
I blame the people who did it today.
Who are the people?
The people who went in there to start breaking things down.
Can you name them?
Of course, Marvin Cole and the others. But I can tell you, it happened because they are renegades like for the family there in the day, in the night. They undermine the Constitution. So the people may feel like they don't have any outlet That's what is happening.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, thank you very much. 10 seconds, Fandela Patrick. Fandela, 30 seconds.
I had a time to also watch season 1 that Monday talked about. Apparently, he did not complete the show in season 1. So let me remind you. In season 1, the speaker was aware that signatures were being collected, but they were now up to 49. Therefore, he could not intervene. He couldn't stop the people from collecting signatures. In season 2, yes, somebody advocated the law, and which was condemnable to stop people from going in the John chamber. I mean, we who say we believe in the rule of law, you can see the sincerity in our voices. We condemn those that we are standing for. Unless the other people know. Season 3 today, in conclusion, police took side. Police took side. They prevented lawmakers from the speaker's side from making their way to the Capitol. That was provocation. At the same time, when other presidential appointees decided to honor the invitation by the illegality of the volatility lawmakers, they provoked the situation. They felt betrayed. They felt that the president has taken a side by allowing his presidential appointee to honor the volatility lawmakers to give them legitimacy. You cannot give them legitimacy that way. Is it right for these people to also go there? I said, no. The last video you showed, people from within the chamber, they were using pepper spray. The people from outside, they were also using pepper spray. So both parties today, yeah, I watched a video. Like I said, Stanton, 2 wrongs cannot make a right. We
will come back to you. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, when you speak, please bring in our brother Fode. Let's hear him out again. A lot of people want to join the show. So just talk, give it your best shot for us to be giving the people exactly what they came here for today. It's a good program, but it's disturbing for our country. Dr. Richardson.
Apparently, mommy and I are watching 2 different channels because the seasons that I saw, that I watched, were different. Season 1 is consistent with what Mr. Patrick is saying. They did not have 49 persons, and that's what we are calling for. We are calling for the rule of law, what the Constitution say in terms of removing a speaker. Season 2, the Constitution, the Supreme Court asked for a stay order. The anti-rule of law group decided no, they were still going to do what they were supposed to be doing. They were going to go to the Capitol Hill. That's what I saw for season 2. In season 3, then they left their homes. They decided to go to RLJ for season 3, leaving their wives and children, okay, instead of providing some kind of moral support to the family structure of our country. They went to go camp out like little boys and girls who go into soccer camp or basketball camp. What are they doing there? We don't know. And in season 3, the government took sides. The government, instead of keeping their appointees out of this, we saw that two or three of the government appointees went to Capitol Hill to meet with the anti-rule of law group. So the government has taken sides. Just like Boakai, the president is in charge of the executive branch. He can prevent members of the executive branch from meeting with anti-rule of law groups. I'm not going to call it anti-COFA group. And then we saw finally today in this season 3, Melvin Cole, Representative Melvin Cole, illegally breaking doors of the Capitol building. Okay, I want to condemn that act. So that's the totality of the seasons that we saw. So that's what
please, before the representative comment, please. I just want to say 2 things real quickly. Okay, the first one is that I think we need to stay away from what they did was wrong, but so and so and so. You never dilute an apology or an excuse, and it's totally unhelpful in problem solving. What they did today was wrong, period. Stop right there. Okay, it was wrong. We addressed that. If you want to go back to yesterday and the days before, you do that in a separate session, not what the day was wrong. But the second thing is the fact that people met when the lawmaker, yeah, he will help us. When the house invites you, the invitation come in different places. A committee can invite you to come and speak to a particular matter, and the speaker doesn't have to be sitting in the seat when you're invited. Somebody else could be sitting there in the speaker's chair. So the notion that people came to the house and was not in the speaker part of the session and that was provocation, I don't think so. I do think though that it was unwise for any of these persons, the appointees, to come. I think with the temperature at this point, they all should have stayed away. Don't honor any invitation, and let's get to a resolution. So repeatedly, we are seeing a lack of leadership, and we need leaders.
That's the problem. By the way, it wasn't a committee that invited that they came to speak to. It was the 43 members.
No, I'm not saying they came we committees extend invitation for you to come to the house and provide clarity on XYZ.
Thank you. We got to go. Let's bring in Honorable Forte Famula, Bone County District Number 7 representative. It's good to have you, Honorable Forte Famula. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute, please? Honorable?
I think he's not listening, or perhaps he has internet.
Let him free. He's calling dishonorable. Don't call him honorable, man.
Stop. We'll not do this. Don't do this, please. I beg you. We pass that level, please. We'll wait for the honorable to get back. Mame, you receive a lot of conversation because you put out 3 seasons. That give you the chance to reply. Then we will bring in the honorable thereafter.
Stanton, let's put the season aside. Let address this argument about illegality. You say you uphold the rule of law. The highest court in the land declare your request to describe these people's action as illegal and stop them from doing it. The highest court in the land declined and told you I cannot do it. Still, you argue on rule of law. I can't get that. I mean, that is our feeling. Fonati went to the Supreme Court. He carried complaint and asked the Supreme Court that based on all these complaints, stop these people from all their activities. All their activities. The Supreme Court declined to stop the people. And still you consider yourself somebody who upholding rule of law. You cannot uphold the Supreme Court ruling. No. You who claim that you this person who can uphold rule of law, these are the 3 things you have done. The first time the people had their petition to go to chamber, you locked the door. You created instability. The second time they setting in another chamber, you went there, you removed the chair. The third time you go there, you bust in the door. But you want the public to accept you as this group of people who believe in the rule of law, who fighting for the rule of law. This argument about 49, it is the argument of constitution that you must have 49 to remove the speaker. But there is no provision of the constitution that says or that prohibits 35 or even 14 lawmakers from saying we don't have confidence in you and we cannot sit under you. All of you here, I will time to me get 30 seconds.
Real quick, because we got somebody on the line that want to speak to this thing. Yeah.
Everyone here, it is not the process that already see you work in education. It is not the process to remove university presidents or in the US, whether it's Cornell University, whether it's Harvard University, whether it's Penn State University, all the university resigned their position because group of students felt that their actions were contrary to what they believe in. They stood
No,
up.
it's a different scenario, my man.
Can we protect each other? We're begging y'all.
The
Let's
scenario
protect each
I'm
other.
giving is the scenario I'm giving is
Let's protect each other,
when
please.
group of people that you lead say we don't have confidence in you, two things you can do: you hold on or you step aside. It has happened. I mean, what happened now? You give me chance.
God, you're getting brother a chance, please. We're
The
begging
group
you.
of people you lead, especially in the majority in this instance, say we don't have confidence in you. You have two things to do: you either resign or you hold on. It has happened in countries. It happened in Egypt. It happened in Sri Lanka. It happened in Bangladesh. People who led these protests and leaders resign. They call them internationally. They honor them.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. We're going to hold Mohammed there because there's a reason why we saw government, Dr. Richardson, raise this issue after Mo Adi speak on why he went there today. He's from the executive. He went there today. Why? Salim Tyler went there today from transport. Yimane from Internal Affairs. So we have Honorable Mo Adi. Again, he's the managing director of the Labrador Water and Sewer Corporation. MD, talk to us, Mo Adi. I mean, we saw you at the Majority Black. You spoke. We listened to you. Give us reason why you went over there today, Mo.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to all of the panelists. Stanton, every ministry and agency is communicated to from the House of Representatives through the chief clerk. All of the communication that we receive is through the chief clerk, except if there is an individual lawmaker who wants to write you. But if it is a committee, that committee writes through the chief clerk. If it is plenary, that plenary through the chief clerk. When communication comes from the Senate, the communication is through the Secretary of the Senate. Now, I am not in the legislature. I am a member of the executive. I received a communication from the House of Representatives. The communication was written by the acting chief clerk. And the invitation was that by mandate of plenary. Now, I am not in the legislature to determine what was plenary or what was not plenary. Once it comes from the acting chief clerk and say it's a mandate from plenary, I am under obligation to attend. I have no authority to refuse a mandate from the plenary of the House of Representatives. So whatever is happening there, they have a division or they don't have a division, that doesn't concern me. What I do know is the plenary usually mandates the chief clerk to write us if they want to see you, if they want documentation from you, if the committee wants you to come and speak on certain issue. And this is the simple rule, the simple law that we follow. We did not go there because it is majority block. We did not go there because it is minority block. We went there because the communication that came to us says plenary. So we do not disrespect plenary. We always respect plenary and we go there to honor their call because they are the first branch of government and they have oversight responsibility on our individual works and collective work in the executive. I wanted to make that point clear.
So let me ask you a question. If the Fonatico for Black invite you, will you respect the invitation?
So Stanton, I have stated very, very clearly who writes normally. Once a communication comes to us as head of entities from the chief clerk of the House of Representatives, even if it is a committee, we do not have the authority to say no. Except if you are sick and you can't go. So the chief clerk, when the chief clerk writes, we go. We honor. There are instances where we say, oh, you can ask for postponement. There are instances you can ask to be postponed to another time. There are instances you can ask for delay in the time they want you to appear.
I know you guys have questions for Mo because you are concerned as to why Mo appeared today. He's on the phone. This is Mo Ali, the managing director of the Liberal Water Square. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson, please.
I find it interesting that the whole world knows about the deadlock that is happening at the Capitol building, and Mo is here, who's in Liberia and works in the executive branch, is telling us that he was unaware, of this situation. So he just went because he was invited. He's not aware of the stalemate that happened. My question to you, now that you know that there's a deadlock, our country is being held hostage by our representatives, do you think you will honor their request again, now that you're aware?
Richardson, you and I don't share this. I don't believe that the country is held hostage. I don't know.
That was not my question to you. You can't put words in my mouth, sir.
Yeah, but Dr. let me answer, please. Dr. Richardson, when he finished, you can come back. Let him finish, then you can come back, please. Let me answer.
So I said we don't share the same view. I don't believe that the country is being held hostage.
No, I'm not asking about that view. I'm asking about something different.
Dr. Richardson, there are not yes or no question with you here, please. Mama,
the question I asked you was not yes or no. The question
More Ali, hold on 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, you must give him a chance to answer. If you want to repeat your question because he didn't answer, we'll give you the chance. Can we do that, please?
Can I say something, please?
Go ahead, man.
There's certain guests that we get that has a tendency not to answer our questions, and I want him to answer my question. It's not about my view, what I share the same view with him, when we share the same view about hostage, what word I use. That's not my issue.
Wait 1 minute.
Go back. Now that he knows that there's a stalemate, now he knows there's a deadlock, now he knows, that our country has been hijacked by these two different groups practicing. Would he honor an invitation to go to the Capitol building? That's all I want to know. He can say yes, he can say no, and why, and all of that stuff. That's all I want to know.
Okay, so you're going to allow him, hold on 1 minute, Dr. Richard said. So you please allow him to answer, okay, because we're going to get the answer he gave us, and the Liberian people will decide, please. Mo, go ahead.
So first, I'm going to disagree with the premise that the country is in deadlock, that the country is being hostage. What I do know when I read the news every day, I see the local TV stations, they say the House is in session, majority black is in session. We know that legislative politics is a normal game. And so yes, Dr. Richardson, when you call me again tomorrow, I will appear. Anytime the House of Representatives call me, I will appear. Anytime the Senate call me, I will appear. It's as simple as that.
Before we take the next question, Mo, so to help us understand, the Senate sent you an invitation. You reply to whosoever address on it as reply, right? For example, you say Honorable C. Comex Chair, Acting Chief Clerk. You reply to that individual, correct?
Yes.
So your reply say, okay, you are available. I hereby confirm my availability on said date and time. Now, you walk into the Capitol building. Who directs you as to which section you're going to, which room or where you're going to go? Inform us. Who gave you the direction as to where you are going after you enter the Capitol building?
So the communication stated very clearly that you will be appearing before plenary in the joint chambers.
Okay.
And then when you go, the chief, how do you call that, the military person, the sergeant at arms, receives you and usher you in.
Okay, so where the sergeant at arms take you that way you go?
Yeah, so the sergeant at arms, when we went, we announced to them that we were there in the lobby, and the Sergeant came outside with other security officers and escorted us.
So if they were to take you to Fonanti group, that's where you're going to go, correct?
That's where we will go.
Thank you. Does anybody else have question?
I have a question. I have a question.
Let them do it in order. I beg you, honorable man, we'll come to you, please. We're begging you. Fandela Patrick, ask your question.
So it's just a statement he can comment on that.
Fandela, I got a question.
No, I mean I'm talking. You gotta listen to me. My understanding is that you work at the will and pleasure of the president because you are a presidential appointee. The president is on record for consulting his lawyers before taking a decision in the submission of the budget. That process has not been finalized. It is in respect to the current happenings at the national legislature, which you say you don't know about it. Did you consult the presidency because you work at the will and pleasure of the president? If your president, your boss, is conflicted, say he has to seek legal advice to take a side in this matter, you, with no consultation, are taking a side. Was there an agreement reached, maybe with the president before taking a side to honor this invitation?
So let me clarify a few things first. The president is not conflicted, and the president has no conflict in this. And secondly, I've been invited to the House of Representatives by various committees several times. I've been invited to the Senate by various committees several times, and I did not have to go to consult with the president to go there. When there are issues of legal consequence, the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation has a legal team. We refer to them, and they advise us appropriately. That's what we do. So now every time the House of Representatives send for, then we have to go consult with the president. No.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, do you have a question?
Yes.
Uncle Sam, wait 1 minute. Fandela Patrick, you saying something?
No. I want you to be clear. I'm saying, given the political wrangling at the national legislature, for which your president is seeking legal consultation, he has not taken a side. You, as a presidential appointee, have gone to take a side. So I'm not talking about the people you have honored. I'm making reference to the stalemate at the national legislature that your president is seeking consultation to decide which side to go. You with no consultation, you work at the will and pleasure of the president, you have taken a side. Why? That's what I want to know.
So again, let me repeat here. The president is seeking legal consultation relative to the budget. The head of Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation is not the head of the budget, number one. Number two, the communication we received says plenary. The president was written by Speaker Fonati Kofa, according to what I heard, not to deal with a certain group and to deal with a certain group. That communication we heard in rumors. So apparently it was based on that communication that the president responded. And when the president responded, and this is a point I want to make, maybe he escaped you. When the president responded, he responded with a letter addressed to the chief clerk of the House of Representatives, because in most instances, if not all, that is the appropriate channel of communication. Where did our invitation to appear come from? From the clerk, the acting chief clerk. So you can see the consistency here, Mr. Vandala Patrick. The president wrote a letter to the chief clerk of the House of Representatives. We received a communication inviting us to plenary from the chief clerk. So there are consistencies there. There is no confusion there, except you want to create confusion in your mind.
Let's bring Uncle Sam. Do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to ask my friend Mo Ali, who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia?
Is that in doubt?
I'm asking you a question. Who is the Speaker?
Is it in doubt that Councilor Fonati Kofa is the Speaker of
I want you to say, who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia?
I'm asking you, is it in doubt?
I'm asking you a question. Answer my question.
Answer the question. But he already answered you. He did. He answered you.
But he did not answer my question.
I'm answering you.
He did not answer the question.
Is it in doubt that Fonati is the
I'm
Speaker?
asking you a question.
Uncle Sam, we can't drag this into long. The man answer your question, Uncle Sam.
He did not answer my question. Who is the
He did answer
Speaker?
the question. He did answer the question.
The answer is he has to name me an individual he recognizes as Speaker. Who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia?
Mr. Sam Jackson, is there any doubt that Councilor
Man, why man, move from here, man? This is the rascality you can be playing, man. Stop it, man. You can't answer the question to say is a Speaker.
Uncle Sam.
No, man, stop it, man. Stand for
man. Uncle Sam. Mo Ali is asking you because he asked a question that if you are in doubt, Fonati Kofa is the Speaker.
Him.
But he answered you.
Him a direct question. Who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives?
And our Speaker is Councilor Fonati Kofa.
He just answered you again.
That's it. It took you 3 minutes to come to that conclusion. 3 minutes.
Do you have a doubt? That's why I'm asking you.
So, Uncle Sam, make your point, we move. Make your point, Uncle Sam, we move.
What Mo Ali just admitted to, ladies and gentlemen, my people in
More 1 minute. More Ali, wait 1 minute. Uncle Sam is speaking. Uncle Sam.
My people in Soniwe and Gay Town and Flamboyant Town. He said he went under the gavel of somebody who is not Speaker. So he recognized that it's a Speaker, but he went to the place where the Speaker not at. He broke the laws of the Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Boblet, do you have any question or statement while we have Mo Ali on?
Senator, can I say
Yes, I beg you. Go ahead, Mo.
You know, what Sam Jackson did tonight, the question he asked raises doubt in his mind as to whether Councilor Fonati Kofa is actually the Speaker. Because if I went and asked someone and say, who is Joseph Boakai? Is Joseph Boakai the president of Liberia? That means I am raising a reasonable doubt that Joseph Boakai is not legitimately or legal president of Liberia. And that's what Samuel Jackson is doing. He is now raising concern about the legitimacy of Fonati Kofa being the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So we should ask him, why is he raising these questions?
Can I
respond? Does he have in mind that Councilor Kofa is now not the Speaker, or is there a question about his legitimacy that he wants to tell us?
Thank you very much, Mo Ali. Guys, we got to go, Uncle Sam. 30 seconds.
So, see, this is not a show only for Mr. Jackson. When we come on the show, I think there's a new...
Honorable man, 1 minute, please. Uncle Sam, 30 seconds.
I think you need to recognize the timing. It's necessary.
You
don't tell us how to conduct ourselves.
I recognize.
You are not a host of this show, Bandera. I have served as a panelist on this show. I'm not a guest on this show. I'm not a guest.
The honorable family.
Dishonorable man, don't bring that dishonorable thing here, man.
We're going to go ahead and listen to Uncle Sam for 30 seconds, please.
My people from Soniwe, from Gaytown, from Flamboyant, you'll be from Sokowe. I Samuel Polypheus Jackson. I recognize Fonati Kofa as Speaker. I just wanted to make sure that my learned friend and managing director recognizes him. So he said, if you say you recognize him, so when you recognize him, then I mean he broke the law. He broke the law.
You say you make your point.
by going into a setting which is not a legal setting under the authority and gavel of the speaker. So he knows that he did it willingly, he did it deliberately, he broke the laws of the Republic of Liberia by going under the gavel.
Thank you very much. We're going to more just hang on 1 minute. It looked like Honorable Forde want to ask something, then we can excuse you more 1 minute. Honorable Famula?
Well, I tell you what, reaching the me to ask more.
I want to ask question.
You know,
Statan, this issue being discussed is about our country. And sometimes we need to create a scene where we consider Liberia above everything. Today, something very serious has happened, and the likes of some of the panelists has, in their own willful mind, refused.
Honorable, do you want to make statement or you want to ask more added question? If not,
I want to lay the foundation of. I want to lay the foundation based on what I want to say.
No, I think let's ask our question, then the honorable can start the show over.
Honorable ask the question. We'll excuse.
Okay, then I'll allow Honorable to go ahead with his question. Then I can come in and lay the foundation of what I wanted to say.
Exactly. Honorable, you go ahead, sir.
Our foundation is not in model because we're not allowed to.
Honorable, you go ahead, sir.
You know, Mo Ali, you said legislative work is number game. You responded to the 43 people that called you to, to their secretary.
You responded to the chief clerk.
The chief clerk is the secretary, chief secretary of the legislature. Another name for it. Now, but at the same time, you're saying that you don't recognize that there's a division. I want you to reconcile that statement as asked by Dr. Richardson. You're saying that it's a number game. You went to one section, the 43 men, because they're in majority. I want you to reconcile that with your statement that there is not a division.
So, Remy, I've never mentioned majority block here. I've never mentioned 43 men. What I said, we received an invitation from the acting chief clerk, who was mandated by plenary to invite us to appear before plenary. That's what I said.
You also said legislative game is a majority game.
The communication that came to us did not say appear before the majority block or appear before the minority block. And what I know plenary to be is when they have quorum and a presiding officer, they take decision. That's where plenary is. As to whether if they were plenary as majority block or they were plenary as minority block, that really doesn't concern me. What I responded to was a communication from the acting chief clerk. And I'm very consistent.
You said legislative work is a number game. What precipitated that statement?
Remy Bodala.
No, not the issue of lie or not. Because
when they passing bills in the legislature, how they can pass it and true vote?
Legislative game is not a number game. It's a game.
So we got to move on. Do you have another question, Remy? We got to move on, please. It's 11:03 right now in Liberia.
Yeah.
You got anything you want to say? Tell them what's Remy.
This idea of being wishy-washy, it's not going to help our country. My question to Mo Ali is that did you think your action enabled the conflict, widened the conflict, or it reduced the conflict?
What I did was in response to an invitation from plenary. I don't think my action in any way widening conflict or whatever you want to tell me. There is an accusation here that the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation bribed certain number of lawmakers to remove Councillor Funake Kofa. They said we allegedly bribed, and the House of Representatives sent for us to go and speak on that issue. I thought it was an opportunity to speak to that issue and clarify and debunk the lies that have been flaunting around that we bribe lawmakers. So it was an opportunity for me to appear there and say clearly to the Liberian people that that statement had no truth in it. So in fact, what our appearance did is to further clarify to the Liberian people that we do not interfere into the workings of the legislature. We do not interfere, we do not engage into bribery as was speculated by people around, and we needed that opportunity to appear to clarify that.
Thank you very much, Mo. Mama, you the last.
Yeah, then after me, the Honorable Family will lay down. Mo, I want us to take our eye from the legislature a little bit, but just using it as a foundation as a premise for what I want to talk about. In season 1, lawmakers were collecting signatures to remove Speaker Kofa. Season 1 lasted for almost 4 months. All the people you see jumping around today, they say they left Funati. They knew about it. They didn't stop it. He lost season 1. The majority went one side. They said they don't have confidence in him. Season 2, he went to the Supreme Court to ask the court to stop the people from working. The court declined. He lost season 2. They have created season 3 to make the government unpopular, using the Funati situation to play in favor of the opposition, specifically George Weah. And that is the reason why some of us are saying, Funati, do not allow yourself to be used to create an environment that play into the playbook of George Weah. Do you, forget about the legislature now, do you see this thing turning into an opposition rally against the administration to paint a black, tie Joseph Boakai hand, suppress his budget, create governance bottleneck to the point where it play in the favor of the opposition? Do you see that happening? In season 3 or season 4, do you see that as a strategy?
The president has wisdom, and I believe this issue will be addressed appropriately. But yes, there are attempts by people who think that the president should not succeed, and so they could create an avenue for the government led by President Boakai to be strangulated. But I believe the president is working to avert any such vision that could be showing us its ugly hair. However, I would like to say that, legislative practices all over, sometimes they become noisy. I've seen parliaments where people fight in. I've seen in South Africa, people make a lot of noise. Recently in Ghana, just 3 weeks ago, they removed their speaker, and that took a very long process, a long haul, and everything. So that is not likening that to here. These are people, they are equals, and they say, we don't want our speaker. Let's allow them to go through the process. Like everybody been saying, that due process prevail. Yeah, everybody go and submit themselves to the due process, and then we move on.
Mohammed Ali, thank you. Thank you very much, Mo. It's always good having you. We say thank you for calling in. Have a good night, sir. We're going to come to Honorable Fode Famula. Honorable, thank you for joining us. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you again. Like I started to say, looking at the situation today, it is disheartening to see people who are not willing to call a spade a spade. The actions of our colleague on the Capitol Hill today was very disgraceful. You had lawmaker moving like regular militants, spraying their colleague, disrupting sections, undermining the integrity of this country. I think those actions of our colleague undermine the status of every lawmaker. And I'm aware where the likes of Mr. Jackson and his colleague come from. The last time I checked, Staten, some of those who told former President Doe to stay on, hold on, you are the most legitimate president of the Republic of Liberia being elected. When the war was at his doorsteps, the likes of Emmanuel Buya, that was a very good friend to Mr. Jackson sitting on this platform, was already in Sierra Leone running away from Doe. And he lived another 10 to 20 years after the death of Doe. We are aware of some of the attitude that people put up to undermine the state and the interest of this country. It is not just by sitting on this platform that say it is illegal, meaning that action is illegal. The first way to justify that action is by individual going to court to establish the legality of that action as to whether or not it is legal. As I speak to you, in the face of whether my brother Bandada has agreed or not, or my sister Francia has agreed or not, or Mr. Jackson, the Supreme Court has ruled. The first thing the Speaker did was to take a flight to the Supreme Court. He requested for a few things. One, that the Supreme Court will consider this section illegal. Two, that the Supreme Court will mandate all of his colleagues to return and sit under his gavel. In simple terms, the Supreme Court declined. What they have resorted to is to put in place gangsterism, which all of us on this platform should condemn. We should name them. We should shame them. Issues at the level of the legislature should be civil conversation. We should disagree. We should have debates about issues, but not for lawmakers. Let me tell you two things stuck to my mind today. One, it was the funeral service that was to be held in that chamber for a former statement, senator from Lofa County. His funeral was then disrupted by Honorable Zina Norma, Honorable Lutus Collin, Honorable Coco, all of them. That family who go down in history remembering the day their father was to be given a state funeral, and his funeral was then disrupted by men who should be honorable in their attitude, but they have shown their respect to this state. All of us should condemn it. Like Mr. Gray said, Dr. Boble said, it is necessary to come and condemn the actions of those who participated in the protest or unnecessary harassment of their colleague today. Instead of you coming and say they are wrong, but you're looking for means to justify their actions.
So let's hold you right there. Let's hold you.
Let me lay on this note.
Yes.
So the only platform that will serve as the legitimate platform to establish whether or not our actions are legal, in terms of whether it is legal or constitutional, is the Supreme Court. And I believe the Constitution has passed on the matter. What we should be discussing today is to be able to condemn the likes of Cole, the likes of Honorable Eugene Colley, the likes of Honorable Zina Norma, that their action today undermine this country, undermine our democracy. They should be civil, they should be intellectual, they should not be acting the regular militants like they're taking part in war show.
So let's move on before the family. Thank you very much for coming on tonight. Again, thanks to all of our many. Listen, you have commented your comments almost 7,000. We appreciate you. Let's add on. Let's share the show. This what happened today is very, very bad for our country. Dr. Richardson, you listen to Honorable Family. What say you?
Yeah, I agree that the actions taken today by some of the lawmakers that we saw in the video I couldn't really recognize the names and to point them all out, were condemnable. You know, we started the show. I believe I heard a condemnation from all of the members of this panelist. Some panelists did have a question, like I did have a question, and I listened very keenly to what someone who served as a justice yesterday. He said the Supreme Court did not make a decision. Saying I decline is not a decision, and that's why he couldn't follow up. And I'm just correcting what you said, Representative Family, based on what Justice what's his name? I was here yesterday. So the thing of Kaba was here yesterday. Janet Kabina Janet was here yesterday. I'm sorry. And so yes, so he said that the Supreme Court declined. That was not a decision. I'm reading my notes here. He said they took no action, and that was some of his challenge as a legal person because he couldn't appeal. When you take a decision, they can appeal the case, but he couldn't do that. That's what he said. So yes, the action of those who came to the Capitol building today is condemnable. That's unrepresented. That's unbecoming of a representative. It didn't reflect good leadership. So I wanted to say that you were right on that part.
So, Stedor, can I respond?
I will hold you right there before you do. Let me bring in Vandela Patrick because we got one other video to play, but I want Vandela to speak, Uncle Sam. Let's give everyone a chance, please.
You know, it's unfortunate when our leaders take oath to defend and protect the Constitution and do the ordinary. It brings moral credibility. I think my dear brother, Honorable Famule, and his legs, they should be very disappointed. And let me just support Dr. Francine. The reason the speaker went to the Supreme Court, Famule and his 43 colleagues said they had a resolution to remove the speaker. On this platform, they've been here for almost 2 weeks debating that they had a resolution, 6 counts. When they went before the judge, they said, we don't have resolution. You should be on this platform to apologize to the Liberian people. And along you will Mohammed, I say the Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court could not make a decision because when you make a decision, there are laws to take an appeal. They went before the Supreme Court and they said, we don't have a resolution. We have complaint. The judge said, okay, if you have a complaint, there's no need for the Supreme Court to act. Again, Honorable Famule, you were accused that Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation and the Ministry of Transport gave you money to remove the speaker. With no fear for God, you went in a Kwasa group. You call the same people that you are being accused of taking money from them to remove the speaker. Come to understand, where is the integrity? You are the judge, you are the lawyer, you are the prosecutor. Do you think everything that was said there today? I mean, sit down and analyze. Somebody say, Water and Sewer gave you money to remove the speaker. I say, okay, I will ask the managing director, let them come and convince me before you. That ballet, it should have been a neutral ballet. Secondly, the last point, plenary is a conglomeration of 73 lawmakers, not 43. Plenary, I say you tell me tonight, when you talk about plenary, that's setting normal. When you talk about plenary, that's why they say plenary is the highest decision-making body within the House of Representatives. But you people are 43, and somebody is validating that to say it's plenary. I want you to clarify, whether plenary are 43 or that 30. But what I know, when you're talking about plenary, you're talking about all sitting representatives duly elected by the people constitute plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will let you respond because I want to play this clip.
Let me respond to Vandala session.
1 minute, Honorable 40. If that video ready, we really need to play that video once it's ready. Let me give you the chance to respond to Dr. Richardson and Vandala Patrick. Then I'll bring in Uncle Sam and Dr. Boakai. Go ahead, Honorable man.
I will start with my sister, Francia. The first thing, I think she needs to understand that this country, we've been following the histories of individuals who has exploited this country, and we are trying to fix it. I say this to say, former Justice Janet is a benefactor of conflict in this country. You are aware that this is the same man who, out of conflict, he became a justice minister. Some of these people who only survive in conflict, they don't survive in normal setting. I said this to say, you are aware of the procedure and the actions that legislator take the likes of Funanti that he's defending today. That says that Justice Janet was involved in a decision that undermines and created a scene where this country lost millions of dollars. It is the same Justice Janet who has also run to the Supreme Court as a lawyer for Funanti, in asking the Supreme Court as to what is their opinion when it comes to what is unfolding in the House. The Supreme Court ruled that all of his request was not in keeping with law. The justice answered that question and said he declined because he did not see it wise to grant such rate in the interest of Justice Janet. You come here and want for us to use it as an example that we use for credibility? I said no. To my brother Vandala, some of us, we are live a life of an example to young people in this country. Few days ago, you were accused that you received 50,000 to carry on protests. Should I sit there and assume that it's something factual that Funanti provided 50,000 to you and you had no reason but to get in the street and get Music Madrid behind you to justify that 50,000? I should not say that. I should have proof. I should not rely on ESA only because I want to tarnish your reputation. Your character means a lot to you. And as a young man, you know me better than someone saying an institution provided money. The best thing to do is to investigate and lay the foundation that other people can come and say, yes, during this time, we have been able to summon the account of the Water and Sewer Corporation. We've been able to summon the account of the Ministry of Transport. Yeah, the fight. And let us use the fight to answer the questions about, not for us to be assuming. Van Dijk, the essence of plenary is on the basis of number precedent. Not for you to come and justify saying plenary is the making of 73. If you are aware of our procedure, and it's just unfortunate that we who are schooled to this and practically implementing it on a daily basis, when we try to explain this process to you, you put up a defensive posture as if you are sitting in chima with us and trying to implement the policy that we are trying to put in place. I say this to you, Vendala. Plenary is when you establish a quorum. Plenary is where final decisions are taken legislatively. That is why when we are to meet, we do our decisions on the basis of numbers. It's not on the basis of who is seated. It's on the basis of whether or not we meet the threshold to begin that conversation. And if we fail to meet that threshold, that meeting is called off. And there's no confusion here. This is just democracy in practice. That's just the essence of democracy, what the majority will consider as the priority of the day. So I'm not here to convince you where you've been stuck into the Funanti argument where you believe that if you say yes, it means Funanti will step down tomorrow. The law says the majority are not on the side of Funanti. They are conducting plenary and they are going ahead. Learn this today.
Okay, Representative Famberlin, we have other representatives that want to join. Tango, you came in by video, but let's just do the show justice. Please make your answer short. I'm going to take two more. I'm going to bring in James Cody. Eugene Cody, not James Cody. Eugene Cody and James Collette.
Eugene Cody was on that video. He must speak as to why he was on the video. And
Eugene Cody is one of the men stepping the door.
So I'm going to bring him on. He want to really speak to this matter. We're going to pause you, but I will give Uncle Sam 30 seconds to speak. Then I bring in Eugene Cody. Uncle Sam.
I need 1 minute. I beg you.
Uncle Sam, take your 1 minute. Dr. Richardson will come to you real quick.
My junior brother.
My time will come to rest, then.
Yes.
Every time my junior brother family from Bon County, and I have a beautiful daughter from Palala, my in-law comes here, he makes an accusation against me that it is so full of lies, prevarication. Begin. I was not in Liberia 1990. I left Liberia 1981 to go back to something called Wall Street. Big money house where I was working. I was not in your foolish war where you were killing people, eating hearts, and doing
That is not what we did.
My 1 minute is not over.
No, but let's control this thing.
I was not there when y'all were eating hearts, when y'all were eating liver. I was not there. I was having a civilized time in New York. But let me just come to you. You in RLJ for almost 1 month. And all of y'all from mud houses and zinc run houses don't have that kind of money to be keeping yourself at RLJ. Where are you getting the money from to stay at RLJ for 1 month? That's the first thing you should answer. Who bankrolling you?
So let me respond to that assertion.
Who bankrolling you? Who putting the money up?
Statham.
Somebody with deep pockets are doing it because you cannot put yourself. You live in Monrovia, you got a house in Monrovia, you got family in Monrovia, and you are RLJ in a fancy main hotel. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Okay, Sam, we gotta go on. I will let
so,
you respond.
Senator, let me respond to him 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Mr. Jackson, I see why sometimes when you come to Liberia, you stay only to the last time I saw you to Farmington when you were being your service there was being paid for by Mr. Twe. The last time I saw you at Farmington, it was when Mr. Twe, Minister of Finance, was paying your bills. If you don't know me, I think my sister on the phone can attest to who I am. She would never tell you that I can pay my bills. Mr. Jackson, you need to listen. You are talking out very quiet. You need to listen. We need to be safer.
Mr. Jackson,
the last time I saw you in Monrovia, in Liberia, you were at Farmington around the Rawafield Airport, and your bill was being paid by Mr. Twe. Then he was finance minister. I'm not like that. I have the capacity to pay my bills. Let us focus on the issue and condemn those who have misbehaved in the public.
It's not right. Mr. Jackson, you are interrupting the speaker. It's not right.
Interrupting the man.
No one can lie on you in this country. Your character is something to speak for you. You are like a leash on the system.
You saw
Okay, honorable man, I'm sorry, but I have to mute you.
I have to say
honorable man, 1 minute. Uncle Sam, you know, I just hate to mute you, Uncle Sam, but I have to because we have to have some.
I want to just respond quickly to my junior brother, Mr. Kamala, please.
Dr. Richardson, 1 minute. I would beg everyone.
I didn't speak yet. I didn't speak.
Dr. Bukla, 1 minute. Let's have some order here. Let's take away the personal conversation that Uncle Sam and Honorable Fode. You know, I was in Liberia. Thank God that somebody came. Maybe I don't know, but if anybody volunteered to pay my hotel bill while I'm in Liberia, I will accept it. I don't think it's the issue we are discussing tonight. Let's discuss the people's business. I beg every one of you. Dr. Bukla, before I get to you, let me get 30 seconds to Dr. Richardson. And then
I wanted to say to my junior brother and re-echo what you said, Stanton, that we should stick to the issue. Denigrating other people's personality on this show does not educate the people about the stalemate, the hijack, the hostage situation of our people that is occurring in the House of Representatives. I'm happy that you know the history about Justice Jabina Janet. That's your responsibility as a lawmaker. I want you to know the history of Liberia and much more. But I want you to remember it's the very same, Justice Janet that was supportive of the Unity Party. You didn't stand up to condemn him, to talk about his history when he was supportive of the Unity Party. I didn't hear you. Maybe you did, but I did not hear you condemn him. I have not heard you condemn him in your practice of representing your people, lawmaking oversight. It was only today that I'm hearing you say, oh, he was involved in the war situation. That's only today I'm hearing you say that. So that's why I wanted to just let you know. Thank you for at least being historical here today on the show. That's your job.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bobler, before we bring in James, before we bring in Eugene Colley and James Colette and the rest of lawmakers, we're going to bring you and Abdullah Mabe on. Go ahead, Dr. Bobler.
Thank you, Stanton. I want to insert here. I have a question for Honorable Family, but I want to insert here that, you know, this is a very important situation, and I know a lot of us are emotionally attached to it. But I think the resolution lies more in the head than in the heart. So let's take the emotion out. Let's be reasonable. Let's be practical and find a solution. Honorable Family, your group, the Block of 43, if I may, you met, and we have been in this stalemate now for too long. So my question, you know, you're leaders. All of us are supposed to be finding solutions to problems so Liberians can live better. What is your best outcome from your Block of 43? What is your best outcome, and what is the path forward? What is your best outcome, and what is the path forward? Please tell the Liberian people, what is it that you desire, and what is the pathway to it? Unmute yourself, Umbro. Unmute yourself, Umbro. Unmute yourself. Umbro Famula, we can't hear you.
Are you with us, Honorable Famula? Can you unmute yourself, please? You have to unmute yourself because somebody called your phone.
I said I didn't get his question well. Can you please?
Let me repeat it. I'm saying you, as one of the lawmakers in the so-called Block of 43, you are part of a leadership team that were elected to help solve problems and make Liberians better. And we've been in a stalemate now, and as we can all see, it is degenerating. It's going from bad to worse. So what is your best outcome from your group, and what is the path forward? What is your best outcome, and what is the path forward?
So the first thing, Ms. Dr. Bople, today was not the first time from the likes of the guys you saw out there. It was just a further replica of what they did in the past that was not shown on the media here today. It was just unfortunate. The first day on the 17th of October, when we wanted to sit in this Chinese building, they put in place the similar attitude. They misbehaved. And when the speaker came by in the country, he did not in no way condemn their action up to now. Moreover, what we have said to the speaker, when we came back from the Supreme Court, we said we are going to ensure that in plenary, the speaker will be given due process. And that due process will be guaranteed in keeping with our procedure. We have embarked on that process. And as I speak to you, the speaker has been served based on the decision of plenary in terms of how that process is being carried on. There's a specialized committee being set up now to investigate the speaker and come back to plenary within a week to update us in terms of the evidence that are available and how the speaker can respond to these things. Thereafter, plenary will need to take a decision. Moreover, the guys you observe, the second part of it, the guy you observe in the video, 99% of those guys are currently under investigation. They are aware that investigation, there were issues that were coming up in plenary today to address that investigation. And they tried to put in place every mechanism that would disrupt section today. So guys are aware of the investigation. They have been communicated with. Today, another communication was sent in furtherance of due process, giving them notice of their previous action.
Okay,
so your issue is, what is the way forward? We need to investigate them first.
Listen, let me restate my question so you understand. Your best outcome, meaning what your group aspires to do. For your, the best outcome will be this, and the path to that best outcome. That's the question I asked. So from your group of 43, what is the best outcome and what is your pathway to get there?
The best outcome that you expect of this process is, one, we believe when the evidence are available to the public through the open investigation, some of you who have doubts as to why the speaker should step aside, why the speaker needs to be removed, who even come further and say, based on what I'm aware of now, I believe there's no reason to keep Funanti. That is why we need to guarantee the due process.
So you want to have due process outside of the speaker being in the session? Why not
Plenary has decided that the speaker, having had an official complaint, should step aside and face his accuser. That is the decision from plenary. So we want to see what evidence the guys who lodged the complaint have. We all need to be very interested in the evidence. It is based on that evidence that decisions will be taken. Sometimes, let me tell you something. Watch some of the impeachment trials. Sometimes it begins when most of the senators are not on part. What they wait for is to ascertain as to what are the fights surrounding the issues before they can take a decision. So it will be good for you to.
They don't meet in separate rooms, though. They all come in the same room.
No, let me say this to you.
I really want us to move on because the other.
So, Dr. Gray, what I can show you.
1 minute, one minute, honorable man. Before we bring in Mambe, I know that Asif Do is also in the back. I'm going to bring him on. We have to play this video, Mambe. Before we bring you on, we'll be bringing in Eugene Corley because he's in this video as well. Let me play the video.
No, go there. Let me offer go attack the Lawmaker. Chief going.
You can see the police and honorable man in a face fight. Open the game, man. The lawmaker tell you to open the gate. Lawmaker tell you to open the gate. Officers of the national police are tossing. Officers of the national police are tossing you want for the lawmaker? Why are you hating the man for? Everything up video here. You say what? That lawmaker, you don't know. Yeah, but you hate the man, you touch him. You touch the man. Under no circumstances. Under no circumstances. A police man can lay hand on lawmaker. Rabi, get the papa from there. Take the papa. Take the papa from there. Take it from there. Take it, man. You lawmaker. You. The person not bias. She's not bias. I get a recording. The man was the first to hear the lawmaker. I get all the recording here.
We have the Honorable Eugene Colley on. Thank you for joining us, Honorable Colley. You were in that video. Thank God that we still have a representative for the formula here. Welcome to the show, as I do. We got Mr. Duado in the back. We'll be bringing him on shortly. Representative Colley, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Stanton, and let me say thanks to all of the panelists and my own dearest brother from Bound District number 7.
I mean, we play your video, almost 8 minutes video. Talk to us. What was happening? The shoveling, your situation with the Liberia National Police and entering the building. We saw you in the video, kicking the doors. And talk to us.
Thank you. So this morning we have gone to the building, and then I received a call that one of the staffers from the building was caught and forwarded to the police headquarters. And at that point, we thought to reach there a few lawmakers. When we were going outside, we told the guys at the gate that look, we are reaching out to the police station. Please keep the gate open. When we are back, we're going to enter with those who following us. We went there, we got the fellow. On our way back, the police have locked the gate. We asked them peacefully to open the gate, and they refused to open the gate. In fact, you can listen to the video. I hope that one of the journalists will get a clearer video of what happens there. I was being beaten on today by the instruction of one or two. The guy used a baton and he beat on me. That's how you heard the fellow saying that this is the lawmaker. You beating on the lawmaker, and you are the first to start beating on the lawmaker, and that's what happened. So, to tell you the fight, we understand that we went in the building, and we got aggravated. And that wouldn't happen because we were being provoked.
Are you condemning? I understand, Honorable Eugene. Are you condemning your action today?
Let me say this to you, Stanton. The greatest action to be condemned in the entire episode should be the bribery that have been carried on by our brothers, especially my dear brother, Fully Formula, who once called me asking me that I should join them, that he was going to give me 50,000 USD. The greatest disrespect, as he said, to the Republic should be the illegal session that they're having at the building. The greatest disrespect is by taking 43 men from their homes, carry them to our LJ for over a month now, where they are not even able to go and see their family. Again, the greater disrespect by our brothers to this country is just very simple that they have gone against the rules and law of this country. So if you asking whether I see my action as something that is not being good, I think their action is more than what you saw today.
So my question remains the same. Are you condemning your action? You were kicking on the door. There was a big serious situation. In the building, are you condemning your action today?
Firstly, I received a communication the last time that the guys were inviting us to that meeting. They said they want to carry us to investigation. Unfortunately, when we got to the door, they had locked the door. We rocked at the door all over, and they couldn't open the door. So we're left with no option.
Is that the proper way to knock? Is that the proper way to knock on the door by using your legs to kick on the door?
Steve, the action of the guys is more of what happened today. I'm telling you, the action is more of what I did. They are also on record. When the state order was in place on them, they also when they broke the door as well. They broke the door in the house session. Why? So why did you guys talk about it?
Okay, let hold you on the phone. Let hold you on the phone, and thank you very much. We're gonna bring the guys on to ask you a question. Honorable Forty, before we bring Paul Kennedy on to lead this round, Abu Mame, Isaac Do, Mr. Dwell, and the rest of the team. Honorable Forty, what you saw in that video, the Liberal National Police has been reported by Eugene Colley, your colleague, that he was beaten on. And he even escalated the provocation. What say you? Have you seen this video? This last video I played, have you seen it? You got to unmute yourself, sir.
So, Stanton, like I said, all of us to condemn the actions of our colleague who went on Capitol Hill to act their regular militants. Let me say this to you. Not all the police officers you see moving in the street, no representative. Not all, when you are walking in the street, there's nothing written on you that you are a lawmaker.
But I mean, can you condemn the action of the Liberia National Police on hitting one
No,
of your?
let me land on this note. Let me land on this note. There's nothing that will require for the police to violate Liberians' rights and one want to defend it. But when legislators start to play militant role, bossing on door, harassing their colleague, and they join into a regular riot, the police cannot identify lawmakers from talks. So what I think is that we need to condemn his action that he's then seeing in that video. He should not be there. He should be someone sitting and intellectually discussing this issue.
Thank you
not to be bossing door is condemnable. And let me tell this to you. He made an allegation. I have never called Eugene for the past few months. Never called him to come here and say, is this supposed to call me? Call you for what?
Thank you for the we're gonna hold you there. You have condemned it. I have to bring in Paul Kennedy. He have not spoken, and the rest of the guys. I beg you for that, Patrick, and the rest of the team. We still have Eugene on the call. We have 40 family with us. Paul Kennedy, and I'll turn the show over for a few seconds to Abula Mame. Abula Mame, can you run the show? Well, I'll be right back. My phone is on, and you say have Eugene call it on. Paul Kennedy, go ahead. While Abula run the rest of the program.
Thank you, Stanton. Congratulations, Ambula. You are now the new speaker of us. So we will form a quorum and we'll adhere to your gavel. But I'm hearing myself. Could somebody please mute?
I cannot mute because you have the honorable man on the phone. Paul, just manage it, please.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I will begin by I sat for long and couldn't say a word because I'm baffled by the kind of disgruntlement I witnessed amongst our to-be honorable people. I mean, these people are constitute the first branch of our democracy, the government we serve. And for them to be behaving like high school kids, I mean, I'm out of words. You know, I condemn this act. No extent of this agreement should lead the Liberian representatives or members of the Liberian representatives to be behaving like hooligans in the streets of Monrovia. I mean, it's not a word I should be using, but I will. You know, and so let me ask my question, Mohammed, to you, and you can post it to the honorable members we have. I listened to the honorable Mo Ali, who said he was invited by Planner. Please.
So it Mo Ali on the line.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was just trying to. I didn't have the time to speak on that. I just wanted to know. Are members of the executive branch of government invited by special committee, or in general are they invited by primary? And do we have two primary sections ongoing now at the House of Representatives? That's my question I was trying to post.
And I wonder you can answer first.
I can go or Eugene.
Yeah, honorable, you can go first. He's on the phone. Let him go first.
Let me answer the question. Thank you. Yes, of course, member of the executive can be asked to appear before plenary, and they can also be asked to appear before a specialized committee, but based on the gravity of the information or the complaint.
Thank you. Further, you get and respond to that.
So let me get the question again, then I can respond. You said
so your question was, member of the executive can be invited by plenary or by individual lawmakers. And now your question, and even if it is plenary, whether it had to be separated plenary.
Yes, that was my question. So, thank you.
So let me say this to you. On the basis of the normal precedent in the legislature, it is always a fact that there will always be there will always be a single plenary. There's no day that you always have to know, because there's always a half plus one. Half plus one is at least 50% plus one makeup plenary of the House. So there will not be two plenary. As I speak to you, there's also a single plenary in the legislature. That plenary is been conducting her business in the joint chamber. Let me give you a few ways in which communication are sent out. The House decisions are not individual driven; they are collective issues. So collectively, you have a decision coming from the floor, and the chief clerk is being instructed to communicate based on that. Is why the communication most often that goes out will say by directive of plenary. That communication never reads and say by directive of what they know. If it is to a public entity, they will say by directive of plenary. You are hereby cited to come and answer to XYZ reason. There are questions. That is the first communication. As a committee, if the committee majority member agree to summon an entity in that sector, they will say by directive of the committee, writing through the chief clerk. So every communication should be based on that numerical backing that establish a majority. More than that, as an individual, you could write your individual letter for a meeting as a legislator. It's individual the interest is separate from the collective interest of the state. So communication coming out of the House will always be backed by the majority decision. And that is why the speaker has not sent a single letter out, because he lacks plenary decision. He cannot take any decision. He cannot participate in the workings of the House because the majority have not sat under his voice.
Thank you.
So let me land on this note, brother. So my brother Eugene, if he has evidence that police beat on him, he can come to plenary and read a formal communication, and will invite the director of police to come and let us see the evidence. That we can be able to investigate some of these things.
Thank you for it.
So thank you again, Mr. Kennedy.
So, yeah, so
I want to come there, babe.
Go ahead. Oh, wait, hold on. What we do, Asido just come in. Let Asido ask a question, and then you can use that time to do your response.
I want to go directly to what my brother just said, because I agree with
you. All two together when you're responding.
I don't want to go interesting.
You can put all two together when you're responding. Asido, go ahead.
Okay.
So it is unfortunate we are here again with Representative Foley. I'm sure this is the representative's 200th time appearing on the show, saying the same thing over and over. And I can see the lawmaker smiling in joy. He got a big gold ring on his finger. He's in a hotel. He's having fun. I can see the representative. Unfortunately, the representative isn't concerned about what is going on in the country. I had re-listened to the yesterday's show when he boldly told Liberians that Liberia is not a safe country. When Stanton asked him to come in studio, he said he's even afraid to leave the confine of his hotel room. And I was shocked. But apparently, the lawmaker will come up here every single day to talk the same thing over and over and again without giving Liberia any chance. I just have a quick statement, not a question, because I know we have asked the representative 2 billion questions and it's the same answer every day. Honorable lawmaker, it is okay to have opinions, but it is good to think beyond your personal opinion about the people. I don't know how you feel that you think you can hijack authority, hijack democracy, and hijack power. And when I see you smiling, having fun with your big gold ring in your hand, laying back in the hotel room, I feel a little disturbed. You should be a lawmaker concerned for our country. I'm not one. You are. But it doesn't seem like you are. So this is the issue. We don't have to go to law school to understand what the law says, because there are general understanding that we expect someone who right the pass through kindergarten to understand. You keep talking about plenary, so they're in a place here, and the other thing here, it do honorable lawmaker. On the same thing again, we are not moving forward. Even the very constitution.
But I have a question, Bob. We're not plenty on the show, Bob. I have a question.
But Dwalu, you're not moderating well.
No, but I mean, Dwalu took it from my mouth. What he need. As he do, if you get a question, you get it. If you get comments, then you made a comment and we'll move forward.
Right. So if somebody who is not looking for a job from the government can listen, he will hear me say, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. But Dwalo, I'm sorry, I know the law, the city mayor job did not come. So allow me a chance to actually make my comment. Thank you. So as I was saying, Chief, the very long document you keep talking about says the minority will demand the majority to come. If the issue of majority was the only thing you need to have whatever you want to have, the law will never be asking the minority to compel majority because there will always be majority. Why should the law ask minority to compel majority to come when the law would have known that every time there is majority and there will always be majority, then our forefathers probably weren't thinking rightly. Well, I just think it is unfair for you to keep having our country hostage. Look at the embarrassment of what's seen, and you support President Boakai. I don't know how you feel in your conscience to see Liberia the way it is today. I thought it is shaming.
30 seconds as you do.
And I think we need to take a little back. And to end, Dwadu, sometimes take a chill pill. You do too much. Thank you.
Thank you. So
I can respond to my brother.
I mean, I would rather you got a question or a comment to make, and then you can just
no, the man talk about the man Goldman. Let me respond. And I Goldman for the go ahead.
So you know, Dwalu, sometimes I'm not surprised when others speak the way he speaks. He most often forget about the issues and become more personal. You expect me to come and sit on the show and say, you're wearing your coat that costs $2,000 US, and I think it's something that you took from the Liberian government. You expect me to come here and say that to you? Even when you are in Liberia, you could not afford it. You expect me to come and say that to you? I won't do it. I want for us to focus on the issue. You expect me to come and go after Tuadu and say because he want a job? When you wanted a job, you got him pleading to come beg job. We are in this country. You are on record. You beg for a job. You didn't apply for it. You didn't do anything. You didn't campaign for it.
Honorable man, let's
when you come here and want for us to forget about the issue.
Honorable man, please, let's stick to the issue.
No, you're not on the show, CEO. He made a comment, and I'm responding to that comment.
All right, but you are the elder in the house now. Let's move on.
Okay, I want for us to focus on the issue. Let us focus on what happened today, the role of our colleague.
We have Representative Collie on. Have you spoken, Mame?
Honorable Collie can speak to the issue about plenary because you wanted to clarify that.
I wanted to make some clarity of what my colleague said.
Yeah.
Mame said you should go ahead, Honorable Collie.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. So I want to agree to formulate that there is always a single plenary in the House of Legislature. And if there is any communication to go out or to come in, that communication needs to be reviewed and approved by the speaker. Anything other than that is illegal. And that is the reason why today, everything our colleagues are doing, all our meetings they have been having, everything is being done at the detriment of the Liberian people because it is illegal. That's the clarity I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Mame, can I?
So, CEO, can I respond to what my colleague just said?
1 minute. I just added Representative James Colette. So, Mame, now we have Representative James Scudder. You can go ahead, Mame, because I'm trying to upload.
Yes. So you want me
So,
to?
Mami, let me just respond to what he just said.
Representative Colette on because he been trying to contribute since 2 days.
Yeah, let me. If you want me to give my opinion that I wanted to speak to, then you bring
go ahead. Go ahead.
You're moderating that Dwaluta. You're moderating, Mame. We skip you.
That's what happened when you moderated. You can't give opinion.
Ralu, can you allow me to respond to Honorable Eugene?
No,
what he just said?
I want to respond to Honorable Eugene too. Honorable,
you look very tired tonight. Very, very tired.
Dwalu, go ahead.
But Eugene pepper spray me today. Eugene pepper spray me. You are where?
Listen, Honorable, let my time to talk. Let me get to that.
You must be a joke because I'm not a police to have pepper spray in my head.
Look, Stanton, let's get to the point. My Tawagire, what? You're from ET. I can say the mayor job. I can say even Tawagire. I don't know how I will manage, but let's do this, Stanton. Let me be serious here. Look, guys, this is a serious show. There's nothing wrong, my brother VP, for somebody to ask a question, but we have to consider there are other people on the show. If you notice here when I'm talking, I do everything I can to do it under 1 minute. It's intentional. Not because I cannot talk for 12 hours. Because I got personally consider it to be very rude when one person want to talk for 15 minutes when everybody else is sitting. That's how I perceive it. But let me say this. Do not allow any representative in the Republic of Liberia to tell you that the police cannot touch them. That is a lie. The police can beat the living hell out of a representative, put tube in his nose, and carry him to death to JFK, let him put you on a scene bail like everybody else if he breaks the law. We have to stop this. The representatives are not above the law. They made the law. If they are going against the police has the right to enforce the law forcefully. As a Zogo will be treated, or representative can be treated in that fashion. Let me tell you something. They always lie and say, when I go into session, you cannot arrest me. That is a lie. If you commit a felony, you can be arrested even if you go into session. That is a complete lie. We have to stop this in this country. We have representatives that have turned our legislature into a Zogodom. We Zogoraz the entire legislature.
We'll give you a chance to respond.
We Zogoraz the legislature. This is not helping our people. You guys got to get it right. We are paying you so much money. It costs me, Liberian, at today's center, I pay $290 in tax to the government because please don't say they wanted that money from me to pay fully, to pay Representative Cully. Why should I be paying taxes to the government? I got to pay another almost $3,000 to the government next month for taxes. Why should I be paying these guys almost $350,000 US to maintain fully formula? For what? What they gave it to us?
But you don't know Eugene? You don't know Eugene?
No, I don't need to.
Don't use my knee again. Don't use my knee again.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's give Eugene Cody and we're bringing James Colette. Then, Mame, you doing this thing, or I'm just taking that because you want to talk.
Let me do my statement, please.
Right. So Eugene, respond to Mr. Dwalu, please.
So thank you. So we all know that no one is above the law, and that's the reason why Foley and the likes of the 43 men and women are today going against the law, and Dwalu is here supporting them, because by fight that, they will leave the regular chambers and go start hosting meetings on a daily basis. I think he could have spoken to that by telling them that it is wrong. But however, I will also ask him to provide the article within the Constitution, because everything we do in this country is by law. Provide the article within the Constitution that says that a lawmaker must be beaten by a police. Anytime you see the lawmaker, whether he does wrong or not, you should beat that person. I want you to quote
thank you. Let me just wrap this thing up. After 7, which is of course, on before the way woman. Let us say it's after 12 midnight in Liberia. Whenever we hit 12 midnight, we gotta go. Honorable Eugene Cody, thank you. I want to ask you one final question. Your action, you, Marvin Cole, and the rest of you that support Councilor Kofa, did you guys serve him right today while meeting ECOWAS and getting involved, negotiating, and the Liberian people saw you guys demonstrating and banging on doors and getting in shuffle with the Liberian National Police? Do you think it worked well for Kofa, who trying to find a solution to this situation.
But Stanton, again, I will say this to you. How do you classify my action today as being more of people who are carrying on bribery in this country? How do you classify my action today as being more of people who take lawmakers to a hotel and keep them there for over 1 month using taxpayers' money? How do you see my action as being more of people who go against our very constitution that we should be upholding on a daily basis to make sure that laws and orders are kept within this country? How do you see that?
Okay, so I will answer you like this.
I think that's the reason why F1s came, because these guys are going against the rule of law and they are wrong. Look, just in short time in this government, F1s been here 2 times now. And we're not seeing that before.
So again, Honorable Corley. So Honorable Corley, ECOWAS is in the country. They came to intervene. My question directly to you, to Marvin Cole, who I have called, but he have not answered my phone. I may say call once, and I hope he can come and speak. But my question to you, Honorable Corley, your action, take responsibility for your action. We have said a lot about the 43 men, but your action today, Marvin Cole action today, caught on camera, using your leg to bang on the door, and whatsoever reason, do you take responsibility that you as a lawmaker and elder of the state, you didn't behave well?
Let me say this to the Liberian people, because of the provocation by the police beating on me, which I just authenticated. You know, it cost us doing that, and I think I had to take that back.
Thank you very much. It's good having you on Spoon Talk, sir. You're always welcome. Thank you.
So, Senator, can I respond to my colleague?
I beg you, he's gone. Let me just bring in Honorable James Colette, your colleague too. Then we'll come to you. You in studio, my man. Just chill a little bit, please. Representative James Colette.
The main hotel, not studio.
So, let me say,
you ready, eh?
Morning from the Liberian town.
Go ahead, talk to us, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday, I listened to a portion of my prof, Justice Janet, explanation on the show, and thereafter I left when he and Senator Balu got in, and later I was following the show. I heard some of the panelists making some assertion about its interpretation of what unfolded at the court. There are few things I want to say to you. Normally I don't appear on the show, not that I don't want to appear, but some of the panelists are always in a diminishing manner or in a very disrespectful way of referring to people by names. Having said that, allow me to say to the listening audience that Professor Janet, my own instructor at the Louis Adagran School of Law, appeared in court. Was clear that Counsel Kofa be granted due process. 2, that the setting of us should be taken from our setting and sent to Counsel Kofa's chamber. With the issue of due process, it was argued and the judges agreed with us that due process complaint was premature. It was not time for due process to be prayed for. We told that the people are soliciting signature to remove the speaker. The speaker has not been removed. So, why don't you think that tomorrow when the signature is obtained, they will accord the speaker a due process? So someone said, Colette wants to slap the CEO. The CEO into the court and said, Mr. Court, for your honor, please ensure that Colette stop thinking about slapping me. What sense does that make? That's one. 2, it says Dr. Francis saying that the rate of prohibition was not denied, as Justice Janet said, there was no ruling. That is categorically wrong. There was a ruling. The justice declared, refused, rejected to offer the prohibition 24 on ground that what you're asking for, it is wrong. Even when the first day of the argument, I was in court in all of the arguments. The justice told them, to every one of us. So the first thing I want to understand is, I do not have the authority to prevent, obstruct, deny the legislative section or legislative functions of the lawmakers. My prohibition prayer for the state order was on the removal process. He said it in the chamber. I heard the justice talk yesterday about the issue of stipulation. Yes, our lawyer, Councilor Bonnie Sherman, informed us that there was a need, the justice was asking if there was a need for stipulation to come to a term of agreement with all parties. And at that point, we told categorically no, because if you have a stipulation, we will not abide by it. And it was the justice was engaged on it. We had another meeting. It is unfortunate that some of the people who appear on this show, they don't go for this gathering or hearings. In that meeting, we had two lawmakers from outside. I was there. Provocations was there. Richard Nambeko was there. From Council Kufasa, you had a letter Mbeko, Ellen Ator, and another person, there were three, along with their two lawyer, Councilor Seaforth and that of Councilor Justice Channel. The justice asked the two of them, the two lawyers, the two representation, to find a way forward. And Justice, Councilor Serena Seaforth said in that meeting, Your Honor, I want to issue this rate, or you compel these guys to go to the section of the speaker. And the justice told him, he said, remember the Boakai doctrine question. This is a matter that is non-justiciable. This is a legal matter. Let people stop putting their personal feelings into it. Your feelings is not the law. The law is different from your feelings. So when I hear people putting their feelings into legal matters, I get sick. That's why they will tell you as a lawyer, don't pretend to plead for yourself. Because out of excitement or whatever, you put a personal feeling to the matter. So it's always good to have a legal practitioner to plead for you. So, and besides, they also brought another argument that Article 49 gave the speaker the authority for presiding. And it was defeated. I'm the one who spoke on that matter. And it's not that they know.
Thank you.
Read the sentence in their totality. So if the sentence is not completed, you have the presiding officer who shall be the speaker command, deputy speaker command, and other court of officials.
Thank you very much, Representative James.
I don't want to conclude, please. Maybe in 1 minute. How dare you come and say the speaker is a presiding officer? The Constitution gave the presidingship not to a particular person. The people of the law knew that some days the speaker will not be there. And compared to the issue of the quote-unquote RLG, I just drove at RLG from my resident. I just left my home. I was at my home when you connected on the Eugene Colley, when you were telling the host you were going out. I was still in my bedroom. I just got to RLG. The issue of RLG, people say we're not going to tell me that whole business is that. People start using taxpayer money. Where is the evidence of using taxpayer money? They say RLG will cancel for nothing to have money to be deputy speaker. It is they say RLG employed people for coming in the 54th legislature. So if we are going to bring people to RLG today, who thought about it? It is the same fanatic of Father thought about it. The same fanatic of Father, when he wanted to be speaker of the 50th, he took over Eugene Colley and his colleagues to Farmington.
Again,
you know how much for going Farmington and RLG, which one is more costly? So person who using taxpayer money, I want to say to them, let them bring the evidence of using taxpayer money at RLG. Until then, it is mere speculation, it is assumption. It doesn't hold water in this discussion.
Jim, let me ask you a question real quick. Honorable Colette. Honorable Colette, let me ask you a question because you are one of the founding member of this for the 3 men and women. I hope you consider that.
I know I'm a founding member now.
Yes, you are, because I know you. My question goes to you, and when you answer, then we can go back in studio to Honorable Ford Fambula and bring your mom in.
I'm still here.
So
I want to respond to him.
So the question goes to you, Honorable James Black. If for any reason Fonati resign as per a condition, listen, again, I'm going to resign. Let's bring peace to the House of Representatives. Let's return to status quo. What would be your own suggestion, your own reaction, your own statement in that regard? You as a, will you still go after Papa Flomo, Marvin Cole, and the rest of the guys you guys trying to expel? Will you still go after them?
I think CEO we spoke on this matter before. No one is saying I'm going to expel anybody. Don't get me wrong on it.
Will you say suspend? Will you say investigate?
CEO, I'm saying to you, for me, Colette, and as far as the majority that had the legitimacy to do like brain people work with, they are working, we have not come to the point to expel any of our colleagues. That's one. 2, we have not come to the point that we are wishing anyone.
Okay.
It is predicated on us to lead by example. It is predicated on us to ensure that those things that Council Kofa did that were wrong, that we said we didn't want him anymore, those things are not repeated anymore.
So then my next question, I think you have answered my question. We got to run it back in you. And if Councilor Kofa, like you said, I will not resign, how long you think this I will not resign, you follow the rules of law, you receive the budget, you bring in folks from the executive, but Councilor Fonati Kofa still remain your speaker, still have the group of 29, what would be the action forward? What you guys intend to do?
Two things I want to say to you, respond to that question number 1. Where we are tonight as a speak party, or Councilor Kofa or Speaker Kofa has no choice. The issue of recusal is not by choice, it's other. As the motion carried today, the presiding officer should conduct the business of the House in consultation with leadership as all other functions of the Speaker pass over to the presiding officer as of today's date. Because there's a complaint laid against the Speaker, where recusal is not a choice, it's a matter of must. That's 1. 2, if the Speaker says he cannot resign, we have the ability to raise our number. I don't think we are free to raise a number. I don't think we have reached that point. And I don't want to preempt to the point that we have not reached. But I always say to people, those speakers that resigned, you saw the issue that was in Ghana recent. You saw the US. You saw other countries around here, speaker how they left power, and some of them resigned. Even the Cal of the Snow, they did not resign because they were weak. They resigned because of the respect for the majority, respect for democracy. So I don't want to say that speaker say he will not resign or he will resign. No. I told people I don't presume for people. I know Speaker Kofa to be Speaker Kofa. He's the only person who can see for himself. So I don't want to sit on this platform tonight to start to prehend, if he resign or if he doesn't resign. No.
Thank you.
We are saying to you, we are clear that we cannot do business with Speaker Kofa in the name of the speakership. Councilor Kofa is a well-learned councillor.
Again, Representative James Collette, I know. Thank you.
A law friend to practice.
Thank you.
I might hire him as my councillor. Who knows? I can do business with him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative. Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Colley. Thank you very much, Representative James Collette. It's always good having you. Again, this is a serious issue in our country, and we hope you guys have some intent to resolve it. Thank you, as always, Representative Collette. Honorable.
See you. I don't know where it's my party. I'm leaving the show, but I wish I would still stay in maybe later.
Oh yeah, no. Stay. No, listen. I have good internet. I got Verizon. You can stay on. Let's have lunch together or dinner. Thank you. You can stay on. Let me go back in studio, Honorable Coley. Then somebody will bring you in. Mami, it's after 7. Let's wrap this show and everybody will give their own party. Mami, you go ahead, sir.
Am I time to go ahead?
Yes, Mami.
I want you to, Stanton, please put that Funanti Kofa petition up to the Supreme Court, that portion. You see, when people, yes.
Okay.
Because Vendela, Patrick's, and other people, you see the 5 issues there, right? Vendela, Patrick's, and other people have adopted a strategy. Even though they say they believe in the rule of law, the Supreme Court, Cabinet General on the show, he said only the Supreme Court has the authority to declare anything unconstitutional or illegal in Liberia. That Supreme Court, they who say they believe in the rule of law, that Supreme Court declined to describe the action of the other people unconstitutional and illegal, but they who claim they can uphold the rule of law are the one passing around telling people say it's unconstitutional and illegal. But here is a point I want to make. Right after the hearing, propaganda can win court issue. Right after the hearing, you saw all on social media. Supreme Court order majority black to return to status quo. Supreme Court order majority black to, they spread it all over. On the show that day, Stanton, I had to play the recording of the spokesperson of the judiciary to clarify that no decision was made. That's how we managed to clear that other lie. After the decision was made, they came back and said, no, the Supreme Court said they can't make decision because the complaint that Funanti carried, he said the people want removing. Since the people said that they now want to remove it, so the Supreme Court said, I can't make decision. Patrick reiterated that on the show. But here are the counts that Funanti carried to the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court made a decision on. It was not only about people who want to remove. Let's read count number 2. That your honor will order a stay order on all proceedings and all separate session by the step-side majority. They're not removal business there. You go down to the other one. It said that your honor will pass an order and issue an instruction mandating the respondent to refrain from holding and conducting secret session in contravention of the horse rule. They're not removal business there. That your honor will grant unto petition all rights and further relieve your honor. They're not petition business there. But they will come on social media and say the reason the Supreme Court refused is because Funanti said they wanted to remove him, and the guys in the court said, no, we don't want to remove Funanti. So the Supreme Court said, no need for me to make decision. That lie. Funanti said the setting the people were illegal. Their activities were illegal. The session they were having were illegal. And on that basis, the Supreme Court should declare them illegal and tell them to return to session. The Supreme Court looked in the case and said, I cannot do it. You come from there and parading all on social media as the champion for rule of law, but cannot accept a decision of the Supreme Court. If it was on the other side, that the Supreme Court had told you guys that your action is illegal, go back. And we were on the show saying, no, they should not go back. They will have all sorts of means to tear us. But the Supreme Court said, I cannot put a stay order on all the requests you made. Your frame story and say, no, they only asked for removal. But because they told the Supreme Court, say, we don't want to remove the man, so the Supreme Court said, I can't decline. Here is the petition. It was not only about removal. It was about setting.
Oh, I will respond.
Thank you very much. Mami just say his closing. Fadela, do your closing.
I should not respond to the okay,
Fadela, go ahead.
No. I will just do my closing. CEO, I took note of everything that happened. Tonight is Saturday. I think somebody's background is noisy. I don't know why.
We have the lawmakers there on my cell phone, Fadela. Please consider it.
CEO, let me say a few things tonight. We have debated for the past 2 weeks. We come here, there are thousands of people from all over the world. They are locked down on Spoon Network. Whether we make sense to them, we don't know. But again, let me say this to all of you. Void of politics. This country will degenerate into chaos if care is not taken. The bloody war that we experience, that's why today people like us, I don't eat any animal that is slaughtered in my presence. I don't. I still live with the trauma of the war. It is imperative to state clearly. We listen to all these lawmakers. They have argued. Just the president wrote, the chief clerk. He said, on this matter, I will not be able to submit the budget now. I need some expert advice. What that president is still contemplating as to whether to go to the majority or remain on the side of the Lord, the Speaker. We see barrage of presidential appointees going to validate a section that tomorrow, once 38 group of lawmakers wake up one day and say, we don't want to work with this other person, this is where we are, we proceed. And we sat on this platform. We are yet to condemn the brutality of the police on another lawmaker. We sat here, we uphold the rule of law. We said Fonati will not resign. And the day Fonati resign, he will be a coward. But at the same time, condemn people that are on the side of Fonati who engage in certain unorthodox acts today. But the people who support the 43 lawmakers, after playing the video here of the brutality of a lawmaker, whether he was a citizen or not a lawmaker, none of us who support the 43 lawmaker refuse to condemn that. This is sad. Tonight, as I leave, I want this president to understand one thing. No one governs in chaos and succeed. Assuming with our meeting, they collect the signature to remove the speaker tonight or tomorrow. The conflict has just started. I am tempted to say this. I am not a soothsayer, but I see many of these lawmakers going very personal, traditionally, physically. We saw what happened in the case of Snow. When Snow was overthrown, we had so many barriers. I don't know whether they used voodoo to the extent that some of us were scared to even run for public office. I see a repeat coming. From what I saw today, the brutality, engaging in warfare is wrong. Mr. President, why it's true sometimes I come here and I get very brutal. Not with arrogance, but speaking from my heart. Prezo, let me say this. What we see today, if care is not taken, conflict is almost a prisoners. It starts in clean clothes, it ends in dirty clothes. And I can see us gradually moving in our direction. Let me close tonight, CEO. Thank you. No, I'm doing my parting comment. Thank you so much. And God bless all of us. Family, I know you are very tired. And you're not a normal guy that I see very active. I think I would have expected that you rest tonight because you got a lot of work to do. This is just a personal appeal. You look very tired. Your help comes first, my brother. I'm just trying to say this. Now we'll end the list. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our dear brother. Fadela Patrick is always good. Yeah, I mean. Who tired? Who tied her?
This is the people movement.
I will never put that video down. I will always keep that video.
But after 2 years, you will celebrate this video. You see what going now?
Well, let's bring in the guys to close. We have to leave you, Honorable Cody. We have to leave you, Honorable Cody and Honorable James Collette. So if you get, I gave you 30 seconds each. Do your closing because I got to finish up in studio, sir. Let's go to you first, Honorable Eugene Cody. Can you close?
Thank you. So, what I want to say tonight to my dear brother James Collette is that you started soliciting your signatures to remove the speaker since May of this year, and at the time you were coming to session. So, just as the court has said, I want you to disregard the issue of Article 49 or whatever, and make sure to come to section. While you are there, you can do the laboratory work. Of course, you can also try to get the remaining numbers that you want. And he also made a statement by saying that when Fonati wanted to be deputy speaker, he went to RLJ. So I want you to know that he said when Fonati wanted to, but not where he is or he was a deputy speaker. He also made mention of Farmington. Yes, we went to Farmington, but at that time, Fonati was not speaker. He was seeking to be speaker. Where you already working and doing a faithful job, then you leaving your home and going to sit to a hotel for more than 2 or 3 weeks or 1 month. At the same time, you're using taxpayers' money. I want to, that's why I thought of making those clarity. You can say remove the speaker by your tutor, but make sure you come back to session. But what I can say to you is, Fonati will not resign. Thank you, Stanton, and thanks to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cody. It's always good to see you. Representative James Collette.
Thank you, big brother. Let me start by saying to my friend and brother, Honorable Eugene Colley, it's not about his choice. This is about the will of the majority. That's one. 2, I want you to understand the action exhibited by them today. It was too shameful that they even have to be lawmakers of one county. So I want to send this loud apology to the audience. On behalf of my county, we are very sorry. Our apology to have such a people associated with us. The people from Bon County are decent, nice people. But people, sometimes they have their character until they are given an opportunity. Since they have chosen to go that route, fine. But it's an apology we're sending to them on behalf of our county. That's one. He mentioned that Fonati wanted to be speaker. Fonati wanted to be deputy speaker. I use the word wanted. The same way he wanted to be speaker, and how he wanting to remove him, that is he want. So if he wanted to be speaker, he wanted to farm it on. He had taught us if you want something, you must go and confine your group somewhere until you get that thing. He told you at Farmington, you left there until you go where you want to get. We are confined here until we get what we want to get. And let me say to him, maybe he doesn't understand the historical pattern. And I don't blame him for that. He was not running legislature, so he was far from there. So sometimes I understand why he would not know them. But if you just allow me to provide information for him for his consumption, Fonati was a representative inducted, sitting for 3 years. When Senator Prince came on with the one whom I replaced, was elected as senator, admitted to the Senate. That's how Fonati began to canvass and prepare a process for the deputy speakership. So let me understand. The same way we are sitting today at Lawmaker, we came here from RLG, that the same way Fonati was sitting as a lawmaker, he came to RLG. So the fast funding. At a point, when we come to the public, give the accurate information that the public will be able to consume it.
Thank you.
We can do fallacy here.
Thank you very
issue of
much,
the police,
Honorable
the
James
issue of the police, CEO,
Real quick, we
the
gotta
issue
go,
of the
sir.
police, the issue of the police. Let it be clear that no one is above the law. For me, in a very sorrowful tone, I do not appreciate the police harassing or troubling any of my colleagues. But if I my very self fall at the wrong place, at the wrong time, or come in conflict with the law, and where police are there to enforce the law, and they ask me politely to leave, or I come with force to fight them, what do you expect from the police? And let it be clear that the people going to Central to forcefully release somebody from there does not fall within their scope of authority. I said no. They are sounding or standing by the law. What law is standing by when you
Thank you very much, your honorable man.
Remember, say season 1, season 2, season 3, everything against them. Let the stop. Let me conclude because conclusion is a matter must to say to them, let the stop putting the old man fanatic in more trouble. Tomorrow, all of them will run away from near fanatic. It is fanatic who will bear the weight of the burden, the causing. He is the one that will bear the consequences of the trouble.
Thank you.
Even the one who bear on the shoulder, Patrick. Let Patrick then stop putting the old man to put in more predicament.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. James Colette, thank you very much. I appreciate your time on this call.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll go back in the studio. Dr. Boakai, can you close, please?
Well, I told you you're going to our family, but not.
Oh, sorry. You know what? You're quite correct. Honorable family is stay here. You see, I'm hungry. That's the thing. Honorable family, can you please close?
I want to stay on. Maybe I will have few comments. I just want to.
He's waiting for me to talk so he
ahead.
can respond. He's waiting for me to talk so he can respond.
Well, the problem, you will be close.
Okay. All right. So here's what I want to say, right? You know, unto whom much is given, much is required. And everything that's lawful is not beneficial. Our lawmakers, we need to know, are the highest paying lawmakers in all of West Africa except Nigeria. They make more money than all of these other countries. They have a responsibility to the people that they serve. But I think when you put their benefits next to the median income of Liberians, where most of our people don't have jobs, it is such a privilege to be called a lawmaker at this season in the history of Liberia, and such a great opportunity, Stanton, for them to leave a legacy so that in that time, this country was transformed and ordinary people are living better in an appreciable, recognizable way. What we see now is a group that repeatedly prioritizes their own welfare over that of the people. And it's unfortunate. So right now where we are, we need solutions, right? We're not getting it. We need leadership. We don't see it. We have to find a way forward. So I want to say to my friends in the quote unquote majority bloc, you need to lead so we find a solution. Go and sit in chambers with the speaker. Since you have the numbers, you will affect the agenda. And then you put forward your proposal or whatever for investigation. You set the agenda, you initiate investigation, the speaker will have to recuse himself. And then you execute. Because the model you're giving us is not sustainable for the future. Anytime 50 plus 1% disagree, they go to their own place and start doing their own thing. It makes this very important institution so shaky. So since you believe you have the numbers, go, they can't do anything in plenary without the majority. And you're already the majority. Go affect the agenda, execute due process. The speaker will have to recuse himself. Please, we need solutions. We can't keep talking around this thing. The people business must be done. And I will say to the president, extraneous time call for extraneous circumstances. If the lawmakers don't want to do the job, the executive do not have to pay them. Hold the money until they find a solution. All the money, the benefit, the gas slip, the scratch card, everything. We, the poor people, can be bystanders here and suffering from this unnecessary impasse in the first branch of government. So the majority bloc, I speak to you. I've been very critical of the minority bloc. Tonight, I speak to you. Lead. This is your opportunity. Show leadership. Show leadership and solve the problem. Thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Bobla, thank you
So,
very much.
Stanton, let me just provide information. I think there's something missing here. You allow me to provide that information, and Dr. Bobla will need to speak when I provide that information. It's a very important information.
Go ahead, Honorable. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Bobla, this is the politics. That's a political theater. This is what happened. When you say go back to the chamber, the speaker would not do anything. But let me tell you what happened. The devil in this room is this. When the 43 or 44 men enters the chamber with the speaker, he decides the agenda. If there is any complaint on that agenda that we have passed that stage, the speaker have the right to recognize any of those guys who you saw misbehaving to make a motion that says that the quorum for that day serve as quorum for the next 30 days or quorum for the next 3 months. You cannot change it. If you walk out, it means you have already established a quorum. That is the politics of the day. And he's aware of the politics.
Let me interrupt you, I beg, because
I want to set the foundation for him.
I beg you. I brought this argument up, and other lawmakers said no, that you are quite wrong. I think we had a conversation before. I brought this argument.
No,
they say it doesn't work like that.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. When the recast budget was being brought before the House, the quorum on that first day, go for a recording. The quorum on that first day, the motion was that the quorum for that day should serve as the quorum for that period. It was voted upon, it was agreed upon. And let me tell you what happened. It is the speaker who says he hear nay or yea. He consider it from his ear. You can tell the speaker that he heard more yea, he heard more nay. He will not take a vote on based on head count. He will never.
Yeah, but you
it's a political theater. No. You want for us to be discussing the tricks when there are tricks that he has at his disposal that he may put in place that undermine his own investigation.
No, the majority can ask for.
No, you will want that place. See what
he can ask for.
Honorable Fumbler, we'll get to you. Let's move on now.
Okay.
Let's say a lot of people saying that's the fear from the majority of Black, Mr. Tuadu, that something will happen if they do return to this main chamber under the gavel of Speaker Fonati Kofa. So these guys are concerned, they are afraid. Mr. Tuadu.
Listen, Stanton, I'm into the audience, man. Guys, I love you guys. I always come because of you. Honorable Formula, apart from the politics, you're a cool guy. I'd love to have pound one with you someday when I'm in Liberia. I would love that. Really, I really mean that. But I'm going to say this, though. Dr. Brooker said almost everything I'm going to say. But this is what I'm going to say. Honorable Formula has a window. I understand for Kofa, this is a political house. You can pre-arrange this agreement before you actually go to the house. And he has to step aside. They can be I understand now. You can't trust each other. I get what you're saying. Once we enter the house, the agenda is already set. I get it. But part of this is negotiations, so you can go back to do the people's bidding. You have to have some concessions. Listen, these are the pre-arranged agreement. If you even want to publish it, and he can recuse himself just to get back into one room. The goal here is to get back into one room. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand Fanati does have an agenda. I understand the minority Black has an agenda. So do you also have an agenda. But the issue here is we got to go back to the people's house to do the people's bidding. Because if we stay outside, we achieving nothing. This is my argument. I don't care about which Black owns what or doesn't own what. At the end of the day, you continue to get paid. You continue to live a lush lifestyle, something that most people in the world, honorable formula, in the world cannot afford. That kind of money you're making, and not small money there. That money, 99% of you cannot make that money in the private sector. I don't care what anybody says in Liberia. 99.9% of the Liberian legislature cannot make that money in the private sector in Liberia. So that's not small money to be paid, yo.
No, Dwala, I disagree. Okay, I disagree because you don't know people in the legislature. You don't know them.
99.9% of our legislators cannot make that money and benefit they're making in the legislature in the private sector on a consistent basis. I'm not talking about one-time deal where you get something, you go do it. I'm talking about on a consistent basis. Can you name one person in the Liberian legislature? Listen now.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Go ahead,
Dwala. I should name one person.
We closing. We closing.
103 legislators. That might feel like 5. Name 5 people in Liberia in the legislature that was making that money in the private sector without any government attachment whatsoever. Name 5 people. I'll wait.
You ready? I name Austin Taylor for you. I name Austin Taylor for you. Austin Taylor has his own shipping company that ship goods between, he owns his own boat that ship goods between Maryland and Monrovia. I know you are not aware of that name. You don't know him from anywhere, but follow the name. I can go on and name you colleagues of ours. I said Austin Taylor.
Yes.
No government link.
Okay, that one person. Go to the second person.
I'm naming it up above my head. You need to wait, Omer Jackson. This is not about you.
But you say you're young man, you can't remember. You remember, man. Move from here, man.
You need to wait. Let me name people.
Forget that thing, there, man.
You said I should name 5 people, so I need to get my colleague name and tell you where they work.
On the formula, we gotta go. We just reduce it to 3.
I said,
No,
keep it at 10. Keep it at 5.
On the formula, please. On the same way, on the formula. You name 1.
I need to go
on the same way. Hey, man. On the formula, you name 1. We just going to say name 2 more, that's all.
No center, that leave that thing alone, man.
Prince Toe. Hey, man, Prince Toe has his own printing company in this country.
You telling us that Prince Toe making 300,000 a year? You kidding us, right?
Hey.
This story, man.
Said that you need to find out about some of the young people in the house.
Yeah, you just don't know. They won't buy you for inside.
No, you want? Hey, man, you can give me time.
All right,
with the conversation.
Uncle Sam close.
Uncle Sam is on the Tuesday living in a parent house, but when someone want to explain it, and he just talking off from the back.
So let me just finish. I live in my man. I spent 90,000 to refurbish it. I did only child. I got 4 other properties in Liberia. I got 10 around the world. I in my house right now in America, fully paid for in America. Okay, I get 2 pensions, Social Security and disability.
What made you disabled? How you lie to the American government? Are you disabled?
So listen to me.
But the old man qualified under
listen to me.
He had a terminal ailment.
Listen to me. My Liberian people, let me tell you something. A constitution is a living document. And a constitution is designed for people with integrity. People who are people of their words. People who believe in tradition, institution. The reason why we're having this problem in Liberia today, because the legislators, many of who are involved in this so-called majority black, are not people of integrity. Because if they were people of integrity, they would know that 2/3 are required to remove a speaker. When they don't meet the 2/3, their integrity, their gravitas, their honesty, their standing in society will make them to refrain from that and go back and start all over again. A constitution is designed around civility, is designed around tradition, and is designed around honesty. Dishonest people will never conform to a constitution. That's why liberal democracies sometimes fail, dictatorships come in, and all kinds of demagoguery and all the other nasty things can come in because people don't have integrity. The 43 people who are meeting at RLJ at the expense of I don't God knows who, somebody is funding that with deep pockets to keep 43 people at a posh resort for almost a month, feed them, and their girlfriends then come there. And we got videotape of their girlfriends then going there. Okay? They're feeding their concubines there. All I want that costs money. Okay? I see my junior brother here got a hell of a big gold ring on his finger, saying he became representative. I understand he bought it from that place there on Benson Street a month after he became. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But look, seriously, only people of integrity, guys, okay, can run a country in a liberal democracy, because if it were people of integrity, they don't have the 49, they would have gone back and started over. But because they're not people of integrity, and most of them grew up in an era where there was no rule of law in Liberia, that is the reason why you're having a problem. And my Liberian people, this thing here, you saw what happened today at the Capitol, right? You saw the fighting, you saw the pepper spray, you saw the busting of the door. If you don't take time, if the things spill into the streets, Liberian people will have problems. So I beg you, for the family and your others, I beg you, think about the people in Palala. You think about the people in Wiala, the people in Zogowi, the people in Totown. Think about them. Not your hedonistic feelings that you are carrying on at RLJ. I beg you. Let God bless you. Thank you very much.
So stand down before the old man leave the line. Can I ask him one question?
No, he's not leaving.
Yeah, ask me a question. Let ask me.
No. I beg you, we got to close. Paul Kennedy, please. He will ask you at the end. I beg you, Chief. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton, and all of our well wishers, their viewers. Let's just thank them for continuing to follow us. We all come here for one simple reason. We have a common denominator, and that institution is Liberia. The day Liberia goes down, we all go down. We will be praying that distilled milk in the state milk in the legislature, especially in the lower house, meet a bipartisan or a common understanding from the two groups. I'm calling it bipartisan because there's a 43. One side has become one party, and then the 30, one side has become another party. So we are hoping that the two parties will actually come together to one common understanding so that it removes the deep division and, of course, the lack of progress. What we are seeing now, and we started this thing about a month ago, we've been talking about it, it's going to continue. If it continues this way, it's going to degenerate to a certain extent, maybe even into physical violence that we probably saw today. When you put the human element into any factor, that factor becomes unpredictable for several reasons. Somebody could come smiling one morning, and the next morning they come with a knife in their hand trying to do something because of their temperament. This issue should be resolved, and it has several ways to be done that way. There is a group that is disagreeing to sit under the gavel of the speaker because of lack of confidence. The speaker also has a group of people following him who figure that we have the leader of the House of Rep, and by constitution, that leader was afforded the presiding status, and we will see him to that until he's removed from his power. There's a conflict it's a big constitutional conflict. I don't know why the Supreme Court is not, persistent on intervening to resolve this thing. If it is left with the two parties, I can tell you we'll spend another more month here and will not have gotten anywhere because one group is saying they're not going to sit with the other, and while the other is not going to sit, and then they're going to have the two separate houses in one body, and we're not going to meet the Liberian people, whatever they had to perform. So my appeal here tonight is that these honorable men and women who represent our various constituents as county, as we speak now, there's no medicine in Bapolo Hospital. The executive branch of government continue to extend to consult with lawyers before they submit the budget. That budget is going to bring delay. The delay in bringing budget also impact the lives of people. I hope our colleagues who are privileged to be elected to lead us exhibit the sense of leadership to be able to put this thing behind them. This is a leadership issue. It is nothing big that both parties cannot say to dissolve or to resolve. The fact that they've been doing this for 30 days and ringing around and not even calling or coming to have a common ground could be detrimental for us as citizens. And it could stall back the development of our country, a fragile country that is currently struggling to be able to make ends meet. I mean, considering us as one of the poorest on the continent, I think the two groups should come together to begin to strategically think how they can increase the revenue base to bring lives and development to our country. Thank you, Stanton. And I thank the followers for actually all of their comments and their views tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to our guests for coming on.
Thank you. Over 11,000 comments. They follow the show because they believe we're doing something and they have been part of the program. Thank you. Ed, Reverend Great.
Stanton, in 1990, most of the people said the war that were coming for you, meaning those of us who were soldiers. We appealed some of us who had foresightedness. We said, no, this war is coming for the entire country. Oh, move for him, man. That's the first time we started hearing about division. They come for you, people who are in uniform, so-called Dosoya. The war was coming closer. We said, no, this war is coming for everybody. My own family rejected me, right? Now, the war came, today's history. We know it came for everybody. This is the situation. In my opinion, I think these guys requested for the wrong legal redress from the court. The Supreme Court is not going to go for cases. They have to bring the cases to them. They should have asked for a review of the law. If they had done that, the likes of Fode Famule will not be distorting the law today. All they needed to have asked for was for a writ of mandamus. Review the law and interpret it for us, please. Because you have people now who are lending their own interpretation to some of these issues. A simple majority. A simple majority means that there's a presiding officer who happens to be the speaker. If they don't have the necessary majority, then they revert to a simple majority. Plenary means a plenary that is headed by everybody, presided over by a presiding officer. All of this conflict we have been taken out of. But you know what? Sometimes when conflict comes in, people don't listen. Because look at the comments, everybody divided. That's how 1990 was. Everybody took side. And I do believe that if these people have resolution, they will not be afraid to go take the floor and request. The first motion in order would be asking the speaker to recuse himself, and they have to have a certain number to do that. They'll vote. Recuse yourself from this discussion. That will be the first order of the day before the speaker deciding what goes on the docket or what goes on the discussion table. That is not done. But these people don't have the number. You understand? They believe that they were going to corner this guy to resign. That one strategy has failed. Look, Funadi is not doing anything wrong. And now resigning is doing nothing wrong. It's only following exactly what the law requires. If you say, oh, the honorable thing to do is to resign, that's your honorable thing. The honorable thing to do is to sustain, withhold the law, stay within the guidance of the law, what the law requires. That's the most honorable thing to do. Not your honorable thing, which is, oh, you know what? Just resign for the sake of the country. For the sake of the country, abandon if you don't have the number and let business go as usual. If you want to believe that you have the number, then introduce the motion and let the guy go. The Supreme Court should have come in and said, you know what? There was no opinion, right? There was no opinion. It just said, no, we don't have the authority to recuse people. But between yourself, if they ask the Supreme Court to say, you know what? Please review the law so that educate people. It's so unfortunate that we have lawmakers who really don't know the interpretation of the law. It's so unfortunate, but that's where we find ourselves. And we hope definitely that people will look at this issue both ways, not to try to divide, sustain that division. It's not going to help the country in the long run. We are going to be the loser in total. Forget about taking certain group of executive members to go meet one group of the body. You facilitating, you influencing the division.
Thank you.
A wise person would have tried to see if they can have that social cohesion. And if you have your 49, head on to remove the speaker peacefully. This will have been resolved.
Thank you.
But this can go on forever.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. I said do, please.
So the majority started collecting signatures from May. When they started the collection of signatures, it was only intended to remove the speaker. May, June, July, August, September. When they knew they could not get the required number to remove the speaker, they went to resign. He must resign. He must resign. Initially, it was only to remove. They wanted 49 to put a resolution and remove him. 5 months after they could not get the number, which they will never get, they moved to resign. I have one thing I know that is constant. Jay Francisco, the speaker, will not resign. And Remy Gray, you said it right. Unfortunately, people who should be making law seems to be as if they don't even understand the law they should be making, that they are making the very self. Someone keeps saying in the legislature it's a political place, numbers matter. Yes, we agree. Numbers matter in conformity with the law. So if majority comes up and says we are not going to work for three years, so the will of the majority comes in, you don't say the will of the majority full stop. Yes, will of the majority in conformity with the law. You can't kind of say we majority was still going to work for 3 years. So it means they won't go to work for 3 years. No. And it is sad when I listen to my brothers and friends defending the stay-in hotel when their constituents are suffering to even be able to register their kids in school. But they gave all of the justification. Funatikofa went there, the time he wanted to be, Eli Johnson came, when Jesus Christ came on earth, he passed there. They gave him all of the justification to stay in a hotel for months when their constituents can't even find food to eat. Imagine how much the amount of money they are spending at that hotel could have done at their various constituents. Imagine. And let me also hit on this point here. I know my brother family, I don't know how many more times he will contradict himself. I don't know. He said they are forming a specialized committee amongst the 43 men to investigate Funatikofa, uncover evidence, and based on the evidence they uncover, they will decide the next step. What is the brother telling himself? These are the very same 43 men and women who signed a resolution that listed points based on evidence. Are we saying they did not have evidence at the time they were listing all of those points? Now they are going to look for the evidence based on what we will find? Where is the better? Where is the better? You cannot come on a show day and night, every day, contradicting yourself, saying the same thing over and over, which just does not make sense. See the fear about breaking. Or the speaker is the only one who can hear nay or yea in the ear. So you know the speaker can tell somebody, say, let it be 30 this. I thought we graduated from K1. I mean, what is this? The speaker himself, over and over, even Ellen at all, said she will join them to vote for the speaker to recuse himself. And the speaker himself said, if you want that item to be the only item per day, it will be there. What are these men and women afraid of? It said only the enjoyment from the hotel, because once they return back to session, no more hotel again. Are they so much enjoying that place that they don't want to leave? Let's be fair and serious. And then you have a brother talking about, after wearing gold, talking about coat suit. I don't have wore coat from the time I was like 12, 13 years old. That's what I wear. I feel good into it. But this is it's unfortunate. You have someone getting taxpayers' money every day. Right now, they have pay to take for last month. They will pay them. They will not even have any guilt that they did not do any work, but they will boldly take the salaries and have fun with it. That's the people's money. I don't know where are we. You ask one of the most important questions, Stanton. If Fonati decides to resign, what next? If Fonati decides not to resign, what next? You saw the brother going all around the planet. I'm not asking you. They want to tell you these guys got no plan. They don't have end goal. They don't know what they want to do. They're just there because the man can talk. He talk whole day. Yeah, man, we beat them, man, we're not saying that. Edwin Snow, my last point, Edwin Snow's removal. People kept saying it. The lawmakers had 49 votes. The justice in Timber only ruled on the procedures that they used, not the basis of the vote. And those guys were in the chambers until they got through. Why can't you took 5 months to get 43 votes? You think you cannot take 1 month to get 2 more or 3 more? Why are you all around the place? And the country is not going anywhere. See how the country looking. Somebody should be a little concerned about the country's direction. No hay, no tail. Nobody understands anything. It is sad. It is sad.
Thank you very much, Asido. Fode, thank you very much for staying with us. I have a couple of questions that will be my closing to you. We couldn't cover today, Jeremy. I want to ask a question. No, I want to ask a question, then you can close. You may everything in one thing. All right. You got something play in the back. Maybe you want to mute it. I just like to say that what if the minority group filed a writ of McDermott's? That's my first question to you, because we are hearing about tomorrow, the minority group going to the court to file a writ of McDermott's. Something I can agree we're calling for. And it's very important to know that it will take another dimension again. Today, you guys set a committee to give Fonati Kofa due process. Those included on the committee Representative Michael Thomas, Representative Marie Johnson, Representative Ernest Mensah, Representative Austin Taylor, Mona Bishop John, Sam Jalai, Clarence Banks. These names mentioned here, I forgot to ask James Kohler, but I will ask why you do your closing. The complaint also against Thomas Falah. You guys seem to just brush it off because you see those guys not in your session. But can you tell Liberians tonight whether Thomas Falah have a legitimate complaint against him because he served on a committee that ran the house during the last 6 years, which of course a lot of money went over, especially seen on the off budget, off term. So the off term rather, can you talk to us about those things? If you going after Fonati, equally so, don't you think you have to go after Thomas Falah too? And the writ of McDermott's issue that will be filed tomorrow by
the minority group. I want you to speak on those things. Thank you very much. You have the last word, Representative for the Formula.
So I would like to say firstly for the race, I think the Supreme Court the Supreme Court will interpret their actions. The Supreme Court will be the final arbiter of justice, and we should be able to respect the law then interpreted by the Supreme Court. But we'll wait up to the point where rate has been filed and how we will respond. But let me go back to some of the issues. When Asi sit on the radio and forget to note that few months ago he was in government and failed to declare his asset as a deputy minister that is called for back by our own moral standing. He failed to declare his asset. When I went into government, I declared my asset and published it.
I said you get the time. I said you have the time to respond. Hold on,
I declared my asset and published it. I didn't go into government as someone who could not afford buying his own car or 20, 30,000. I went into government with something almost closer to $500,000 in this country from my businesses and my private investment. So just by declaring my asset will tell you as to whether or not I can afford certain things. I can pay for certain things because I was living a specific life prior to going into government, especially being elected. So I said, if you go to Beaumont, you see my investment there. People pay to sleep in my guest house in Beaumont. I have a swimming pool, recreation activities going on every day in Beaumont. It's something that people pay for. The ring you see on my finger was something I owned before coming into this position. And I said, this is not the issue. Sometimes don't go very low. It is the similar argument you made for the past 6 years that could not help the former president to get elected. It's just unfortunate. Sometimes when we have issues that are very genuine and important to the public, you reduce the conversation to close on people. It's unfortunate. Let us focus on the real issue. And to old man Jackson, who always talk about moral, Stanton, it is always difficult for people who has questionable moral standing, who has lived on the system for years, to come up and say they have moral. It's a known fact that Mr. Jackson, and at the end he acknowledged that he said, I'm a disabled and I want to go that low with him. But believe me, there's a man who had a share in the gas station opposite Nigerian house around that area. He mismanaged that property. At the end of the day, he was forced to turn it over. It is the same man who come on this platform to discuss moral and the ability to manage his the issues, or his ability to manage his failure to manage his personal asset is a testament that he cannot even manage anything that is called for nationally. He has always been this leash on the system. So let us focus on what we need to do to solve this problem. What it is, like I was saying to Dr. Buple, this house is a political theater. There are laws, there are procedures, there are political process that people put in place to manipulate results in their favor. But as it stands, you say way forward. The best way forward is for the speaker to submit himself for investigation. Stanton made mention of the issue of Thomas Fallon. If any of the 29 colleagues of ours walk into section or write a formal communication to the clerk as to asking for an investigation against Thomas Fallon, plenary will take similar decision, like in the case of the speaker. That is why that communication should be sent to the clerk, and that communication should be placed on the agenda, and they should be there to defend their position. So today, what I believe is for all of us to understand that this country, we should stop beating the war drum. Snow was removed, there was no war. We went to an election, and President Selig won that election peacefully. Tala was removed, we went to an election, the Unity Party turned power over to the CDC. President George Weah was defeated in an election openly. He accepted the result, he walked out. This country, we have a better democratic credential, more than some of the country in this region. We need to be proud of ourselves. This process is democracy in making. We are improving our democracy and ensuring that people's voice can be heard on the basis of the strength of the majority. So I say this to all of us. It is time to accept that the majority have said they will not sit under the voice of the speaker based on XYZ reason. And if all of you on this platform who be willing that the speaker subject himself to said investigation, let us see the level of evidence that will be provided in said investigation. Based on that evidence, we can run an opposition. You could tell your lawmaker that, hey, based on the evidence, I believe the speaker has not done anything wrong. Not on the basis of our political position, no. I understand where Isaac come from. I understand the bitterness. I understand after saying a lot to the Liberian people and they disagree face down in an election, how people consider the kind of thing that the Liberian people decision will force him to get on plane and go back to America and do the regular job you are doing. Isaac, this country is difficult. I know you cannot make business to survive. That's the reason you went back. I will stay in this country and my businesses are functioning. I have serious manager managing it, and I can sleep any part of this country and personally afford to pay for them. So go. And the last thing I'd like to say to some of you, Omen Jackson, I know no one has ever called him, even in his disabled life, to ask him for money to pay anyone bill here. Because he said he's disabled. Who would be out there willing to beg a disabled man for money to pay their bills in a guest house? It's unfortunate for that individual. So it's better we pray for your health to improve, and you should be sincere. Having lived on this system for years, only on consultancy, that I believe, yes, it is your knowledge, but it is on the basis of that you compromise the LNITO deal. And always say this to you in your face.
It is not true, sir. I never
economic advisor job to compromise that you lack any moral to stand in the face of some of us.
Yourself by lying.
It's just unfortunate that you said there. So I think we'll continue the conversation. Thank you again. We condemn the actions of our colleague action yesterday, and we look forward to them coming over for us to do the Liberian people work. We are in that process, and I think it will be a good thing for all of us.
Yeah, 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. So listen, Honorable Family, you don't look like somebody who have $500,000. You don't. Let's go to the issue of when I enter government, I declare my asset. When I left government, I declare my asset. My brother, some of us don't like boasting all around, but your salary you take and the salary I take now may not be on the same path. Again, we don't like talking all day about things. But I wanted to say, my brother, you don't look like somebody who got.
But share it with Stanton. If I'm lying, share it with Stanton. Share it with Stanton. I will share mine with him, and we can verify.
Foolish, childishness is not about your money. Forget about the childishness. Not about your money.
Thank you very much. Let's see you again tomorrow.
I love you guys. Take care.
Sam, thank you very much. Have a good night, Uncle Sam. Paul, man, you've been quiet a few days, Paul. What happened with you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I just don't want to fight with anybody on this medium.
I tell you,
the country is going. We've been saying the same thing for.
Can you bring different person than 40?
Yeah, can we discuss something different on this podium?
Bring something there.
Because
that's the issue, right?
The two sides have picked a point. They're not going to relinquish their point.
But that's the issue. Paul Kennedy. Let's get it straight. What's there to discuss in Liberia? Today you woke up today. Your lawmaker there breaking down the chairs and fighting here and there, tear gas. Man, that insurrection That's January 6th. Man, you find out on BBC. Say what you want to say in any country. That will be the news. So you can blame him.
No, you're
What
right.
did you discuss?
It is really
Johnny King on the show yesterday. Guess what happened? He said the government killed his client. He make a big story. What happened? Jeremy Pierre went to Mika. He denied it. The video is up there. Guess what happened again? What's going on in the country? What's the improvement? You in the chat room. You saw what happened. Oh, my man, you brought in Kabila Jane. You shouldn't have done that. But listen, we cannot babysit the government anymore. Truth got to be told out there. If the government is doing the good thing, we say. But you know what? That's the story for today. Why can't we say, tomorrow, Abi Kumar coming on the show? Guess what happened? He's going to take us right back again. The LDA's issue. Why was it so delayed? The new appointment. What's happening to LDA today is worse than even Joey at time. But there we go saying, somebody else says, Stanton, oh, you brought the government to power, you don't like government. So I'm the same Stanton. Paul, let me end on this. You know, morning, evening, night, early, late, we were beating on Joey.
Yeah.
We did it fearlessly. We took people from different stations, from different network. We make a team to bring Joseph Boakai to power. But now they want us to be quiet? No. It's natural because you know why? Paul, you're in America now, man. You're not calling anybody to like bro for money.
No.
Man, you know what I chicken were eating when I went off? A little bit of pasta. Okay? So I'm free to talk. That's why people believe that they can send the information, that they can go ahead and give us these things at MCSS. Look at what happened. Massive looting. LRRC, LTA, LRA.
And Senator, we're talking in less than 1 year of government in power. Less than a year.
Let me tell you something. I think you're coming on this one. All these guys have agreed that they must lie to Joseph Boakai. And it's painful. I wish you're right, we will not have the time to talk about this thing every day. But every one of them agree that we will go with one word to the president and say, this is the right thing to do, and we are doing it. But that's not. They can meet to the drinking spot. They can put a statement together. They can meet and say, we got to go tell the papi they want. The papi will have to agree. We got to do this one. We got to do that one. But that's lie. That's lie. But man, Joseph Boakai don't have 100 eyes. The people he have entrusted the country in the care. The people lying to him. The people come here every day and lying to him. And they will say, oh man, you know what? Don't go that far. Let leave it that they want. Let's do what they want. Joseph Boakai like it like this. Joseph Boakai like it like that. So let's give him what he like. Then you will not do this. Man, the government, they will for them all.
And it's beginning to merge out. It's beginning to merge out from every sector of the government. Look at what happened. Look at what happened.
We will not be quiet. They will get better. We will not be quiet.
What's happening in the House of Reps? Stanton has the propensity.
Do you know that Joseph Boakai should have met? Do you know that Joseph Boakai should have met the ECOWAS people? You know who told him that too? Do you know that Joseph Boakai met Fonati Kofa last night? And you know what? And you know what was said in that meeting? Some of the things the prophet said, no. I wanted to discuss it today, but because we went into this thing so hard, brother, I think Joseph Boakai West should take a pen and paper and write down everything. That in the cool of the evening, when two of them together watching TV, that she can be telling you these things. He cannot trust Grisby. He cannot trust, how you call him? What's his name? National Security Advisor Kofi Woods. He shouldn't trust these people he call advisor because they are liars. Brother, they are not helping the country. Joseph Boakai got a lovely heart for the country. But even family members have been formed part of it. They agree to lie. And that's the only way they think they can fly.
This is
and to tell you the truth, we will find time and say this. It's bad for our people. Because our people have realized that when you look at Joseph Boakai, you look in his two eyes. He talked about roll. He won't roll. Because he want the pepper, the bitter ball, and everything to be coming from in the interior.
Yes.
But guess what happened? They ate the road money. And guess what they tell the puppy? Look at the video. The people say the road are good road. Joseph Boakai not going there. I can stay right in America and create nice road from Ganta all the way to Grand Gillette and show the Joseph Boakai and put small children there with no clothes. They be clapping, hey. But man, the people are making, to tell you the truth, they are lying to the president. The president cannot be there. He cannot be all over. But his advisor, his minister, his director, man, level for the ball. We'll start saying some things and people will say, so sometimes you say, oh, but man, why are you doing it? The reason why we're doing this is because that's the story of the day. But those guys there, they are lying. And they will meet the old man. The old man say, why are you here for today? Oh, Papa, you know what? We here. Look at IMF. IMF is praising us. Look at the partner. The partner say we're doing good. We'll generate $1 billion.
That's why I asked the question in the today. I asked the question. So LRA is doing well. What about the
That's a lie. That's a lie.
How is LRA doing well when they don't have money, when the government is broke? How?
You know that AFL, the widows and other people demonstrated today. They protest, right?
Yeah.
You guys didn't lie to the old man. Said they pay the people. They lied to Joseph Boakai.
But we had the information minister here who said the salary for those people were processed. on this very network, he said.
At the end of the day, he said I got somebody Gafwa texted him and he said the people there got their money. Let me tell you something. We have to tell the Liberian people the truth.
Yeah,
they are lying to the president. The president family members are involved in because that's the only way they will survive. So every one of them lying. Sometimes you gotta wake up tomorrow and say, help your husband. You are the only advisor to the president right now that he should be listening to. Sylvester Graceful lie, Mamaka lie, Kofi Woods lie, Mandela Cooper lie, Bushu Ben lie. They are all lying to the president because you know why? They want to make the president Mr. Fee good president. Oh, I just came from talking to the UN partner. They say, they're waiting right now. European Union will send $50 million in that direction.
But Stanton, Uncle Joe, as an elder statesman, should understand though that they are lying. Where's the 285 machine?
The 285 machine.
If somebody came to you and told you they were going to give you 1 chicken egg, then you told them, all right, bring the chicken egg. But after 10 months, the chicken egg can come. You will still believe that they're bringing the chicken egg?
I honestly, let me say this, right? Let me say this. Those the old men have entrusted the government and say, help me give me good advice. Because I cannot see everything. I know you. When you're little, Marcelita, you been there with me. I know you. Those people. The Joseph Boakai, I know them 12 years ago. They're not there no more. But the Papa just believe that the same people. They are not there no more. My man, sit down with Joseph Boakai. You sit down and listen to him. You will see that he got love for the country. But the love cannot be brought into fruition because the people.
Then what kind of love is that? You get love, but you can't show it.
I wanted to go. See, everybody get love.
What kind of love is a love? Every day you tell a woman you love her, but you see you spending money on the other time.
Okay, you can tell a woman that you love her, right? But Joseph Boakai, listen, but to tell you the truth, the woman will tell you about roll. He will tell you about good education. Listen, the people can say and say, Papa, but let's try it. Good, let's try it. They will put pressure on him. They will put pressure on him. They will put pressure on him. He will give it. Some of these people then are doing corruption. The Papa won't fire them.
The presidency has too much power. Look, Stanton, the Liberian presidency has. The only president I know.
I am telling you what is real.
Oh, for that, man.
But that's an option. But that's an option. You know why? Even in the omen figure, he does not want to run. People who are around him who know that they cannot have access to power.
Joseph Boakai
they will drag him into
2029.
Joseph Boakai remain the president. He remained the political leader for Unity Party. But Joseph Boakai, I know, and a lot of folks know, he will not run 2029. Even if he say he want to, he will not run. So let's do that one.
Stand up, let me ask you one question. If Joseph Boakai is on the ballot paper for 2029, what will you do?
But what will you do? You can't do anything. So Joseph Boakai he has the right to want to run.
Yeah, I understand. What will you do? He will be 85, 86 that time. Stand on, what will you do? Stand on, what will you do? If Joseph Boakai ends up being on the ballot paper,
he will be the odious president.
No, let's not answer now. Can you give Stand on, what will you do?
What's your question?
If Joseph Boakai is the candidate for Unity Party in 2029, what will you do?
He was the problem.
Wait, that's not an answer. I want to start on the put himself record because we get again. Come in.
Again, can you? Isha, you ask a question, but interrupt. I'll let you ask again.
Okay, all right.
No, I want to interrupt.
If Joseph Boakai is the candidate for Unity Party,
who could name for a friend who are millennial.
If Joseph Boakai is the candidate in 2029 for Unity Party, Stanton Waterspoon, what will you do?
Okay, let's be serious.
Right.
Everything that stands to me, holding this government feet to the fire for. Everything Joseph Boakai has promised the Liberian people and what he been telling me. If those things are done, Paul, can they hear me well? And we're seeing that the country is on the right track, right? At least 75 to 80%. New jobs, healthcare booming, education, people living better life. They're doing fine. If everything is okay, Joseph Boakai can be on the ticket for a lifetime. I will support him.
Okay.
But if everything, like we see in the first 9 months, begin to go downhill, and Joseph Boakai just think that it's okay to leave it with Sylvester Graceby and the rest of them, I will beg the president not to even try to put his name down, because it will only be Joseph Boakai. It will be only Joseph Boakai and family running. I will see that opening.
Oh, you see, they just tested the man, so he had to switch gear.
Nobody takes me. Nobody takes me.
Oh, I am giving
if the country, no, let me serious. As a though, Joseph Boakai still has time. Some of his people can get vexed, but Joseph Boakai, he does have time.
Yes.
Give him 3 more years, right? We want him, when the people talk about corruption, don't cherry pick. Don't leave Abdullah Kamara there and firing other people. If Joseph Boakai look at the condition of the country, know that right now the country is not looking good. Right now people are suffering. Right now situation is so bad. Right now he can go ahead, wake up one morning and do the right thing. The reason why the people voted for him, he can get on the right track. And if the country, my sister, my nephew, my nieces, my friends and brothers in Liberia, my fellow Liberian, begin to go to school where there is electricity, where there is internet connectivity, begin to enjoy, can walk into hospital setting and get treatment, medication and everything. The roads are good, food, price reduced, the bread and butter issue is addressed. And Joseph Boakai said, my son Stanton, you told me to do this, and the Liberian people wanted me to do this. It is done. I'm in good health. I have the strength. I want to go for another term. I will say, Mr. President, you get my support. But what we are seeing here, if it is not, and President Boakai said he want to run again, it will only be President Boakai and his children and family.
So Stanton, let me come in. Yeah, I'm not a pessimist. I wish the best for Liberia. But from the past government I've seen in Liberia, and I'm very hopeful that this government will do well, right? Most government that flunk in Liberia in the first year of governance, for them to recuperate, to do well can be difficult. Look, I mean, and we've only seen this from Taylor up to now. I was not too big for Taylor time, but I had a clear understanding, right? So Taylor, in the first 90 days, Yo-Yo start following him from everywhere. That Yo-Yo leave behind him.
Taylor's situation was different situation.
And then Ellen came. We saw how Ellen just glides. She just slides.
But Ellen came in her first term. She did extremely well.
Exactly.
And her second term, she dropped down.
But we saw that she started doing well in the first 90 to 100 days. Right? We saw CDC. We saw we saw other doing government. In the first 90 days, they started going downhill.
And they never recuperate.
It's difficult to recuperate when you go downhill.
But I think to tell you the truth, you know what messed Joseph Boakai up? And let's give us a chance, this we will say. When Joseph Boakai looked at the entire Unity Party, people that went through the poo-poo water and did everything for him, he turned his back on and he brought Sylvester Graceway. That was a decline. And I end on that note, y'all have a good night. Once Joseph Boakai did that, the whole country was on the mess up.
But you still have problem in the Unity. You still have problem in the Unity Party. Even those people who are holding position in the party are refusing to resign.
In everything, Joseph Boakai said, "I'm going to take somebody because he's my high school friend and make him to be the chief of staff. Somebody that knows nothing about Unity Party. Somebody that knows nothing about the struggle that brought Joseph Boakai.
What will you do? What will you do? Will you do anything different?"
Unity Party appointed the man to enforce the code of conduct. Unity Party sued the man to not enforce the code of conduct.
You know what? Bring that plan tomorrow. What's the question?
It's very crazy. I'll tell you something you get.
Stand on.
What kind of a guy is he?
I'm not talking about all the other ministers. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs or in a government should be a confidant of the president, right? So most of these appointments are made because the presidency has a whole lot of things. You can't just grab anybody from the street because they are qualified. You make them Minister of State. So I need you to understand. If you are in Omen Boakai's case, if you are on Uncle Joe's case, who will you make your Minister of State for this government? Who will you make besides Grisby?
No, but the only thing I'm calling for.
Is the only who you knowing what you know? You want to know the secret that's supposed to be held by the Minister of State. Who will you make a Minister of State in this government besides Grisby?
You want a sincere answer, though?
Yes, that's why I asked you a sincere question.
The only thing I can tell you, I care less who they make, but Sylvester Graceway was a bad thing in the government.
But you don't know that because he
but I know that. Let me finish. Sylvester Graceway is a bad thing in this government. A lot of people advise the president, and the president said, "Oh, you know what? At the end of the day, that's my friend. Let me give him a try and see what happened." The NASCAR car issue, see what happened. The yellow machine, see what happened. The engagement of private entities that were taking money to bring company in the country. See what happened. The passport issue that Sylvester Graceway name on. They're removing people's name from appointment and nomination. The very Unity Party people got angry. The family got angry. Poor Kennedy. It was a bad thing for Sylvester Graceway. You go out saying to be ambassador. Saying somewhere that your friend, you must give him job like you give all the other 75-year-old people a job. But to make him your Minister of State, that nobody, since he walked in that executive mansion, it become a chaotic scene. And that's the problem. And folks are afraid to say it, but that's the problem.
The woman still has time to recuperate. I mean, the year is coming to an end. We hope we start a new footing on January 1 with a brand new slate,
and we give
the woman make some decisions.
And we wish him well in his leadership. We pray that God can redirect his mindset and set him off to the promises he made to the Liberian people
that he can deliver before his term end. A lot of people wish Joseph Boakai well, and Joseph Boakai should accept those prayers, should accept those good wishes, and you know what? Try to work for the Liberian people, not work for his friends. But Paul Kennedy,
Anyway,
thank you, man. Have
yeah,
a good night.
good night. Good night, my
Yeah.
brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God save. Join us tomorrow. We will be having a more A.B. Kromande, dismissed LDEA buffs. He will be our guest on the show tomorrow. We'll be having fun on other national issue. Again, we want to say, as always, it's good that you join us. Let's talk Liberia. Let's love Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Together, Nelson, you and I, the rest of all Liberians out there, let's build a beautiful Liberia. Nelson, have a wonderful, wonderful good night. And let me go eat my potato screen. I'm hungry. You are muted.
All right.
You're about to shut everything all again like you did on Sunday.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, but I know Nelson, have a wonderful, wonderful good night. It's always good to have you. Again, thank you to you and Dama and the rest of the team. Tomorrow is Wednesday, nothing much. But Thursday will be a very busy day for you guys. Take it easy. Always know that the rain, after the sun, the rain going to come again.
Definitely. After the sun, the rain. No, after the rain, the sun can shine. But
Something got to happen. After the sun, the rain. After the rain, the sun. Hey, But have a good night, okay?
Yes, sir. Wish
All right. Listen, so let's do the flyer for, how you call him, AB, please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Well, folks, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate everyone for participating on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. This is how we'd like to end up on this edition of the program. Thanks to the many of you who have been watching the show on our different social media handles. We appreciate all of you. Whether on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you who have been following via the radio as well on Fabric FM 101.1, Spoon 107.5, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations that are always here, relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bunk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi in Nimba County, and all the other radio stations that will sometimes relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate all of you for being here with us. Till we come your way again, have a good night. Yes, as most of you may be aware, there was a very big news today in the country with the President's Foundation donating some ultra modern incubators worth some 496,000 USD to healthcare, that's health centers across the country. And the JFK, as you know, is one of those health facilities that benefited from those items, and each of them is valued as at 16,000 USD. And of course, the Joseph Boakai Foundation donated that to several health facilities, and it's expected to, address a whole lot. Yes, so, but I also want to say a very special birthday greeting to Mrs. Lydia Jones. To you have your birthday coming up. Your birthday is tomorrow. Happy pre-birthday to you as you celebrate your natal day tomorrow, Mrs. Lydia Jones, also known as the female general. Happy birthday to you in advance as you get ready to celebrate your birthday tomorrow. Yes, and also thanks to everyone. I love the folks graduating tomorrow from the African Methodist Episcopal University. Congratulations to all of the folks working out of the walls of that institution with bachelors and masters in different disciplines. Our own DJ S&W here will be graduating from the Public Administration Department tomorrow. Princess Elisa Vanjakoli, a media colleague, will be graduating. Oliver Kine. You have so many of the guys graduating tomorrow. Congratulations in advance to all of the folks. The Ministry of Transport begins a very important inspection tomorrow. So if you know you are one of those persons who do not have your stuff in place, make sure that you can get all of your items in your different documents in tight, so as to form part of the activities tomorrow. Have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Till we meet there, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. Special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.